Okay. So we should be live now. And let me make sure. Hangover Sunday, code along with Can I Dev. I'm going to put that in quotes. Because why not? Okay, can you see that?
Let's see. I can see your OBS capture and your in the bottom corner.
Okay, can you see this?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Visual Studio Code.
Yep. All right, so we want to start with everything basically just completely empty. And I'm just going to give sort of like a preliminary kind of understanding or a introduction to what this project's going to be, what the live stream is for, and what segment this is in a series of other segments that we're going to inevitably do. So the first thing is this live stream, this little course that we're putting together is completely off the whim, completely on the fly, and it's really targeted at anyone that is kind of on the fence about learning web development and web-related content. They know it's useful, they think it's cool, and they want to see like actually how it might be done. This is not a video that's going to go into exact detail, that's going to explain to you the history, the mumbo jumbo. This is not going to be a class in any way. It's just going to be hands-on doing. Yeah, so that's really it. And we're just going to start from basically nothing, and then we're going to end with a fully designed app and then a fully implemented, actually developed app. Yeah, so. Ooh, and then I should also introduce that Noah, you are going to be part of this as sort of a student, kind of going along, asking me questions, as if you were a user or potential student, basically.
Right.
Okay. Does that sound good?
Yep. Yeah, I'll ask targeted questions to try to have you explain things that we breeze over, or even for my own understanding, because I'll be learning some of this stuff as well.
Right. So I guess the first thing we should just get right into is what are we building, right? So what is this? And really what we're going to do is go through kind of the whole design thinking and like design methodology that you might imply, if you're an individual who knew they wanted to build something, had something in mind, and then was going to go through the steps of actually planning, designing, and actually coding it. So we are going to build a random password generator. And this app is going to be served, which is basically hosted so that other people can see it, on a free website host. So you won't have to actually buy anything. And then all of the code will be from the ground up so that we're not using anyone else's private code or enterprise code. So yeah, any questions about that?
All right, so we're going to try to make a password generator, and when you mean from the ground up, I mean we're still going to end up using certain tools to streamline the process. So
yes.
So maybe we'll go over what it takes to build a website.
Okay. Yeah. So from the very basics, we basically need to implement basically 3 languages, and those 3 languages are going to be HTML, which is going to be sort of like the layout for the page. And again, anyone listening to this, just listen to me talk, listen to the way that I explain it. If some things aren't making sense, that's fine. You're going to see how they're implemented. But yeah, essentially, in order to do this, we're going to need to understand how 3 languages work. And those languages are, again, HTML, which stands for Hypertext Markup Language. And then we're going to learn CSS, which is cascading,
Style sheets.
Yeah, style sheets, but I think it's cascading style, whatever. But that's essentially what it is. That's the language. And then the third is JavaScript, which is really the only programming language that we've talked about so far. So both HTML and CSS aren't actually programming languages. They're really more like coding syntaxes, whereas JavaScript actually gives us the ability to do more advanced logic and execute actual commands, basically. We'll see more of that
Yeah.
once we get into it.
The way I think about it is the HTML and the CSS is what the page looks like,
Right.
and then the JavaScript is how you're able to interact with it.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, that's a very good. It's kind of it's interesting, like how I explain this stuff from knowing it and then trying to figure out the steps to break down the explanation.
Yeah,
But
like the presentation of the information.
exactly. But exactly like you said, the HTML is for the layout, the CSS is for the colors, the fonts, the actual styling, and then the JavaScript is for the actual app component. So in this case, we'll be generating a password. So we're going to use JavaScript to actually do that computation and do that thing on the website. Does that make sense?
Right, and then we're also using JavaScript for like the checkboxes, the drop downs, the buttons. Is that
Partially.
all JavaScript? Okay.
Partially. So to actually build these elements is going to be in HTML, and then you're going to see how that coincides with the JavaScript later on.
Gotcha.
Right. But I should also state here that we're going to design the solution, and so we're going to take sort of a user-focused, customer-facing approach, and we're going to redesign this so that we obviously come up with something that users want to use and that they enjoy the experience. I think I can.
Maybe you want to take a moment to explain what we're looking at.
Sure.
Is this somebody else's password generator, or is this like a outline for what we might create, or something you've
Both. Yeah. So this is something that I just randomly found. So I just looked up password generator on Google, and there's a few of these. LastPass is a super well-known company, and they provide this really simple website here that just gives you the ability to copy I guess it's a hashed or an encrypted password that's basically extra strong. So yeah, that's one of them. This is the one that I thought was really in need of a redesign. I think I'm speaking for the both of us when I say this is a little rough on the eyes. This here, yes. Okay, so any questions about that, or maybe should I go into more specifics about exactly like what this is actually doing, or why someone would use it?
Well, I think we've established we're trying to create like an example HTML, CSS, JavaScript integration, and this one's pretty easy to get started with.
Exactly, and arguably useful, right? Like somebody might actually want to use this to save themselves, going to a different website, or potentially, just some internal use for generating like a key or anything that you might want to use, right? There's some usefulness in it. It's not just a static page.
But it's also not like the highest level kind of web page you can make, so it's a good starting point.
Exactly. Yeah, so...
Looks like Lucas is joining us in the chat.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Mein Freund. Oh, Lucas Barkowskis. What is up, my dude? Hope everything's well, dude. Hope you're chilling out in Colorado, and that baby fox in your backyard is doing swell. All right, so without further ado, do you want to see what is involved in the initial design process?
Yeah, so first we're going to think about how the website's going to look before we even touch any code, right?
Exactly. So, in this instance, we want to answer as many questions as we can about the solution, about what potential problems or complexities might arise. We want to get all of that thinking done as soon as possible in these preliminary stages, so that when we come time to actually execute and build this solution, it's really solid and really robust. So to do that initial prototyping, we're going to use something called Figma, which is an Adobe Illustrator and Adobe XD alternative. So yeah, this is it. So yeah, Figma.com, Figma.io. This is a free tool. Anyone can use it, and it's essentially like PowerPoint or really anything else that allows you to lay out a whole bunch of boxes and like really easily prototype software.
Is this free? You just like sign up for it?
Yes. So yeah, I guess we'll, with that, I kind of have already something cooked up in mind, and so I'll just show you sort of like how you might get to it with using Figma to design a prototype. So to start, we're going to throw in an artboard. So to do that, you click A on your keyboard, and you can bring out these various different types of really device sizes. So for our case, we're making a desktop app, so we're going to go ahead and choose desktop. You can see this gives us a real nice canvas, and what I like to do is just rename this and say home. Right, so this is the first page that a user is going to see if they came to our website, right? So they type in www.whateverit.com, and then they're seeing this is what we call the index page. Also, am I going too fast, or how is?
Well, there's a couple ways we can go about this. We can think generally about the process of making a website. So we'd start with the specification, like what features we will need or what information needs to be presented and what we're trying to deliver. And then we would go from there to the actual layout and the design using this tool. We could go into the specifics of how to use this tool, but that's probably too in-depth and technical. Because there's already tutorials on how to use this out there. So yeah, we're just gonna have to figure out what level of detail we want to go to with all this stuff. Do we want to just kind of demonstrate what it looks like to get it done as quickly as possible, and then we're just answering questions along the way? I think that might be the best.
Yeah, definitely in the merit of time. So something that I would first do, and that I encourage, even if we're going to do this on the fly, is just to have some rough outline. So similar to how like you'd write a paper, right? You want to get something in place to think sort of what the hierarchy of this site might look like. And so that's really like the design thinking in the most simple context. So let's talk about what this site needs to accomplish. And so we can think about what it needs to accomplish as sets of features. So the first feature it has is the ability to control
because we could just have a blank page, and then in the center is just a string of text that changes every time you refresh. But that would be like the bare minimum feature set, and obviously not the best experience. But if we don't specify the feature, if we specify the feature set up front, it will make it a lot easier to make design choices that will work cohesively with the entire application.
Right. So for bullet point 3 here, make it as easy as possible to copy the value. So again, this is kind of wordy and just doesn't make sense, but for me what I'm doing here is just writing out like, all right, what is the MVP or the most minimal viable product for this? What does it need to accomplish? So it's got to generate a unique password, it's got to control the way the password is generated, and then it's got to make it as easy as possible to copy that value upon just first coming to the page. Is that it, or is there anything else?
it could explain how the password is generated as peripheral information. The core functionality of the site, I think, would be, I need a password and I want to make it secure. I go to this site. I can press a button to generate new passwords as I need them.
Right.
And like you were saying, copy them to the clipboard, um, change the complexity of the password.
Right.
There's a couple other things we could do.
Right. Refresh. Make it easy to refresh. I mean, this is all functionality that's sort of showed here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if somebody's coming to this video watching and they want to get an understanding of how we're assessing it, it's just based on what these features are. Refresh. Password. Okay. So it's sort of, you know, a rough outline. Now we kind of know what features we might have to actually implement using the web. And so when we say here as a feature, we'd like to make it as easy as possible to copy the value, we might think, what are the components that would make it possible for a user to interact with that? And so it might be an input form, it might be a text box, it might be a button, right? There's many ways that a user could copy that value. So yeah, does that make sense? I don't know who I'm talking to here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
And then there are other considerations like making it accessible to various devices and whatnot.
Right.
Making it work on different browsers.
Yep.
How the copy and paste function works on different devices.
Right. And all of that kind of thinking comes when you're, you know, going to the development stage, which we're going to see in the future. And so for now, it's important to think kind of high level, right? And also for this tutorial, we want to keep it as grounded as we can. So with that aside, now we move into the actual doing, the actual production work. And so if you're a designer, you'd be handed, you know, basically a huge design doc with a whole bunch of feature requests and maybe colors of a color palette, and then you'd move right on to actually building out these components.
Another thing that we would commonly use is the user flow description or diagram if it's a more complicated website.
Right.
And here it's not as useful, but we could describe the experience that the user has from clicking on the link to the website to being satisfied, getting what they came there for, and then leaving.
Absolutely.
And if that might be a linear flow, there might be a lot of different sub pages that they could navigate to. But for us, it's just they click on the site, they can interact with the various buttons to refresh or copy the password, change the settings, and then once they've copied it and used it wherever they need to, they would just close the site.
Right.
So pretty simple.
Right. And what he's saying about, you know, modeling this type of user flow instead of doing the feature list would be something like this, where you have like a user story. So you'd say, like, you know, user enters the site, user sees button, user you know, goes to other page, right? And so you're giving context and sort of giving actions to what the user story might look like. So that's another way to do this sort of feature diagramming.
And it might seem not very useful because it's obvious that, like, the user enters, they see the button, they click on it. Like, that might seem too granular, but if you break it down like that, it makes it easier to construct a like a layout for the website that flows well.
Exactly.
When you analyze it at that level.
Exactly. Yeah, so as we can see here, Noah knows quite a lot about design methodology. So he is the student. The student is teaching the teacher at the moment.
No, I'm just bringing up things that we've talked about before because
no question,
it's relevant.
Yes. So yeah, with those things out of place, now we can just basically just start hammering the design. And so again, we're not going to go into detail of what of how Figma works exactly, but we are going to just kind of like answer any, base questions. So no, if any of that comes out while I'm doing this, please shoot that out.
So how do we pick the initial color? Like, what's a good rules to follow here?
For design, okay, so that's actually really a good question. So if we want to think a little bit about design before we go into this, digital design systems have to be scalable. And what that means is anything you're building as like graphics on web pages, so whether it's icons, whether it's text, whether it's pictures, whatever it is, it has to work really well on a small device, and it has to grow or scale to work really well on a large device, right? So like a big screen versus a tiny phone. But that's everything with the, colors to the size of content to everything. So it's important when we're thinking about the colors that we go for like maximum contrast and maximum boldness. So I'm choosing like a really hard red here because my idea is I want the background to contrast really hard with all the text and other things that I'm going to put on top. Does that make sense?
I see. And then I think there are certain color theory principles that we could follow, right? Like, for example, we would not want to put a neon bright blue right on top of this, right? Because it would be too much for the eyes.
Exactly. And to contrast what these things look like, I mean, at a certain level, it all is kind of, intuitive nature. But let's see, if we make this white, okay, so we see here, it's brutal, right? So you got to have some understanding of these design principles. And we all know when we go to a website that looks absolutely terrible, there's very little reason to go back. There's very little reason to show it. Again, depending on the function. But when
you're on like a mobile site and the text is all unscaled and the content's being like smushed together and the colors are all off, that's what we're trying to avoid, right?
Exactly. And so the more thinking you can do beforehand is just going to benefit you, right? So we're taking all of these things into consideration when we're, again, like choosing colors, choosing brand. So with that out of the way, I'm going to choose red for this, and I'm going to design everything around just the two colors of red and white, because this is a really simple site, so we don't need to do too much more. So let's give this site a title. So we might say something like, do you need a password? Why not make it secure? Right, so this is all just kind of fun, random stuff that we're doing. As part to make it a little bit more legit. So while I'm doing this, just please feel free to ask me questions about anything.
So when the user lands on the site, then their attention needs to be drawn somewhere specific very quickly, so that they don't feel lost, right?
Exactly.
So if all the information is equal importance on visually, then they'll be confused as to where they can go or what to focus on. So here we're centering it, making the text very large, and having the content of the text relate to the core service we're providing, which is to provide a secure password.
Right. And I also really quickly want to just highlight something that is design related that makes a huge impact, and that's your font choice. And this can be overlooked because a lot of people think that, it doesn't matter, you can use any type of text anywhere. But again, if you're trying to create a brand and you're trying to make your experience as cohesive as possible, you want to keep in mind like what industry you're in and what service you're providing and how that might impact like the visual look. So in this case, we have a very kind of like modern, edgy, interesting looking font compared to like, just a really basic, um, sans serif font. And then if we do something like terrible, like Times, where's Times?
Oh yeah.
Let's see, something sans serif. Let's just make, here we go. Right? Like, which one are you going to go with?
Yeah, the one at the bottom looks like
middle.
you're reading it out of a newspaper.
Right. It's just, this is all types of wrong, right? And the reason I'm bringing it up and the reason I think it matters so much is because if you ignore this kind of design language, you're going to run the chance that a user who feels really strongly about something as small like this is going to just dip from your site. They're going to be like, this looks shady, or I don't trust this because it's not, modern looking, or whatever the reason, and they're going to choose to take their business elsewhere. So it does matter.
Yeah.
So that was a tangent. Let's get back to it. So yeah, I'm aligning it. I want to draw my focus to the center here, and come up with some catchphrase that's gonna kind of be indicative of what the service is. So, do you need a password? Why not make it secure? It's like, all right, this is definitely going to be something regarding a secure password.
Right. So now we need the call to action, or the thing that the person's able to do.
Exactly.
Right? Very apparent.
Exactly. And again, I'm just going hard here, but
so here you're creating the box that the password will appear in, right?
Correct. And I'm just doing some styling things here. I have a lot of experience doing this stuff. I know what's going to work and what's not going to. It's all just trial and error. So, choosing colors, all that kind of stuff, it kind of comes from experience. So here I want to simulate what the input data is going to look like. So we can use this other generator here to see what might be a good value. So let's do something with a little bit higher complexity. Cool. Let's copy this.
And here we're just using this site so we can get some text to get the idea of what we're building.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. So we know the output's going to look something like this. So we have to design our solution to accommodate the output data. So in this case, it's going to be, obviously, just this little input here. But let's see if there's a way.
I wonder if we should use red as the primary color. This is just thinking design-wise or the impression-wise. The red might come across as a little bit too intense or like aggressive, and something that's more secure might be
Blue.
A cooler color. Yeah, like something blue or just a cooler color. Where when you see red, you kind of think
absolutely
security breach, right?
Absolutely.
Not
Alert.
so much. Yeah.
Right. So let's see a little compare and contrast here. And I know this is such a nuanced, small detail, but let's watch this sort of.
Well, it's the primary thing that's taking up the visual field, right? Is the color of the background.
Right. For some reason, I associate a deep purple with like security. Like that looks really nice to me.
Yeah. And I think this is somewhat borrowing from the Microsoft aesthetic, right? We're going a little bit more into the purples and a little bit more desaturated than that modern Windows look.
Yeah, exactly. The cooler tone, when you mentioned it, really made sense. It doesn't matter too much here, but I'm always, I'm going to say
there we go. I like,
cool with this? Okay.
Something like that. Yep.
Okay, cool. So now we've got our kind of intro hook here. We've got, a container for our output data. And so now I'm going to build in some of the controls. So the user is going to have to be able to refresh this, right? So they need to have a button they can click that will generate a new password if they've already used this one. So going with sort of the design language of most things, there's a very specific icon or symbol that is always associated with refreshing. And my question to you is, what is that symbol?
It's the little arrow that is creating a loop.
Yes, exactly. So most known is here on a web browser next to back and forward is this reload page. So that's probably a good icon to use, right? And there's this really nifty website that you can get free icons. These are totally MIT licensed and they're open source. So let's
And
look
the
up.
idea here is we don't want to get too creative with the icons because we're trying to use a common language that many people can understand.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. It would make no sense to have this be, you know, a paintbrush or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't even need to go into this level of detail. But anyways, Figma is super cool. You can download any local file and just go ahead and drag and drop right into the browser, and it just throws it right in. So, you know, Figma is definitely the future. If anyone on here is using Illustrator to do design work and specifically prototyping work, switch to Figma. And if you want to argue with it or argue about it, I will argue. So let's see. This is
And here we're pulling in a vector image for the reasons we talked about earlier regarding scalability, right?
correct. So this is, yeah, not a PNG. This is a SVG, so that it'll scale. But you could use any type of image here. This could be a JPEG. This could be anything. And let's do 18. Let's make it a little bit bigger. Another thing I'm going to keep in mind here is, like we were saying earlier, scalability and device size. So right now you can see I'm developing for a desktop, right? But eventually I'm going to have to develop for the phone, and I usually like to use iPhone 8. So I'll put that right next to my desktop and keep in mind that all this stuff is going to probably want to shrink down, right?
I see.
Mm-hmm.
And on the phone, you're probably going to want the buttons to be easily clickable.
Mm-hmm.
So you might have to increase the size of the refresh.
Right. We're also going to want to copy the clipboard icon, which kind of like this one. That one seems cool. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do 18. Oh, that might be
So
too small.
do we end up using this Figma project, or I don't know what the file type is called as the output, but when we're done in Figma and we've created the design,
Mm-hmm.
we're referencing that purely as a template when we're writing the HTML code and JavaScript and CSS, or is there some sort of integration that will streamline that process? Like, is it just reference, or is there a pipeline?
Right. That's a great question. So there are a few options to integrate what you're doing in Figma to the actual code part. However, for this tutorial and how I like to work in Figma, I use it purely as a reference, purely as a skeleton for the design and all the design decisions, and then I go into actually writing the code.
I see. And that's primarily because this is easier to make changes to.
Absolutely. I can iterate in this fast. I can share this very easily with people. It's very good. Sorry, I'm just getting everything to the right size here. And you know, I'm going to change my mind. Let me ask you a question. When you see this center icon, what do you think?
The center icon does look like a clipboard to me.
Okay, so this would be indicative that you'd actually that you would be copying the value, or should I use this one? Let's see. Copy. I think I prefer this one. Let's see here.
The two squares, yeah.
Yeah, very important when you're doing any type of design work is never, um,
Never
never,
go with the first thing you select.
yes, and never guess. Never expect what it's going to look like. Always try it out. I mean, again, this is, pretty, pretty generic advice, but it rings very true. I've made a lot of decisions. Yeah, I'm going with the squares.
This is just my opinion, but for icons in general, I really like when the icon is the large thing that catches your eye and that you always go back to, but the information as to what the icon is supposed to do is in text, very accessible as well. So maybe underneath
Yes,
the copy to
yes, I
clipboard
agree.
icon, we actually say copy to clipboard.
Yep, I agree with that. We could do this in tool tips where the user is mousing over, but I actually like just straight text.
Me too, because
So
then
say,
you at a glance you can see all, you can read all the functionality on the
right,
page by looking underneath all the icons.
exactly. We're gonna have to make these mini. Um, can you hear that?
Oh yeah.
Jeez. For anyone listening, I really apologize if the audio is somehow absolutely brutal.
Yeah, when the train comes by, it's deafening.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Um, so another cool thing here. So we're doing, we're just creating some simple copy here. I think everyone's familiar with settings. Everyone knows what copy is. Everyone's going to know what, new. Maybe we should make this generate. Yeah, I like that better. So the question is, when you're dealing with copy and like user experience related controls, you have to be very careful what you name things. So I could name this controls instead of settings, but it's very important that those controls are going to actually be something that the user is controlling and not changing as a set. You see what I'm saying? Like it's very important you use the right word choice here. And it's always best to go with your with like the standard kind of default. So instead of controls, we go back to settings. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think it's kind of the same principle we were talking about with the choosing the icons. You want something that's a common language, or what are they called? Uh, like format.
Mm-hmm. All right. All right. So I'm happy with that. This is looking cool. However, I don't think it's very clear that the user can click inside of here and copy the value just by clicking. So maybe I should add something, some written explanation. Right, so the user comes and they can literally, as soon as they click on this value, it's going to copy it to their clipboard. But I want to indicate to the user that they can do that.
Yeah, right. I think my reaction to the current design is
Right.
that the icons or the page in general doesn't feel interactable yet.
Right.
Like I can see that there's the icons, but it's not clear that those are things that I can click on.
Interesting.
Maybe if they had like a
Background.
different background or
Right. This
border,
is
or even
perfect. This is
if they
perfect
were
to
just dark,
demonstrate.
like a shadow underneath it.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, that's perfect. You bring that up. So let's watch the transformation of these elements here. Sort of. Oh yeah, I know exactly what we can do. Okay, so let's
I would
create.
love to see a like a gradient spot shadow just
Maybe
underneath
specific.
the icons with the text underneath. Is that possible to do in Figma?
Yeah, hold on one second. I'm trying something else that you may find interesting. Okay. Okay, this is going to be really interesting to see if it comes through. But what I've created is an isomorphic form control. So if we look up, or not isomorphic, is it No, I don't think isomorphic's the right terminology.
Is this where you can scale the corner positions, but it will maintain the resolution all the way through?
No, so this is actually a type of user interface design where you create the form. You create a box shadow. Can you see this? I don't know. It's really hard to see.
Yeah.
So see how the highlights there are like, oh, actually it'll be really easy if I add a stroke. So it's really hard to see because I'm not really showing the contrast that great. But actually, let's do this as -10. Yeah, it's a bit hard to see. Darn. There, that's better. So you put a box shadow to the bottom right and then a highlight at the top left. And it makes it seem like the design is coming out of the background. So if I get rid of this, actually, let's put this at 30.
The shadow makes sense, but I wouldn't have thought of the
Stroke.
the highlight on the opposite corner.
Yeah, it's called ISO. Is it isogeneric or what is the flat UI ISO? Oh, didn't I just look up isomorphic and it wasn't? It didn't show any. Oh no, here, new morphism. This is what I'm trying to create. So if you look up new morphism UI, yeah, here we go.
And this is just a design principle to visually communicate that something is clickable, right?
Correct. So if you make a button, right, you can make like a toggle state with a button. And it's like a really neat UI pattern to have it kind of bleeding or like jutting out from the. See how it creates like a three-dimensionality to the.
Yeah, it almost looks like the website is like a stretched rubber surface, and then there's like buttons that are
it looks
underneath.
cast.
Yeah, like blended in.
Right. So that's what I try to create here. It's a little wonky just because I don't have the values quite perfect, but that really helped. Hold on. -2. So I'm just going to do this for myself. It'll look really good if you go on the website and see it. It's just going to be hard to see potentially over a stream.
So that looks way more interactable.
Right.
Like I can tell that that's something you can click on.
Right. Oops. There's some people, I watch some people on YouTube who are just, so unbelievably fast with these tools.
Yeah.
And I used to be so fast in Illustrator, and I don't do as much design work these days, but that was always something that I was proud of. Okay, cool. So now we have these buttons, and they look like they're kind of popping out. That's pretty cool. Oh, another thing we can do, so on desktop, when a user hovers their mouse, we can make these values grow or shrink. So when they mouse over, it'll look like it's jutting out of the page, and when they move their mouse out, it'll look like it's sinking back in. So that's kind of neat.
And that's just by changing the...
That'll be the CSS.
Okay.
Yeah, so that'll be neat to see. And now I'm just going to mess around with sizing and spacing a little bit. Okay, so that's kind of cool.
And then one recommendation might be to change the background color of the password, since it's the core deliverable of the site,
Yeah,
right?
I agree that there should be more contrast or emphasis um, on that. Hold on a second. Let me group this up. Let's say this is 24, so this should be like 32. Let's see, 40. I'm gonna try something out. Do you think that looks better? I like this better than this.
Where the label is below the
Right.
the button.
Right, because then it's like doubly, oh, this is interactable.
Yeah, yeah. I like that.
Okay.
It allows us to control like the tooltip text a little bit separately than the icon and button.
Very true.
Having the icon and the button together makes sense.
Yeah, now I'm just basically figuring out how to center all this junk.
Alignment seems to be a major part of UI design.
Yes. Yep, and you have to take, for anyone listening who's really interested in this stuff and wants to get better, you have to study like typography and grids. Like those are the two principles that you should like continually be trying to hone. All right, cool beans. Let's get this. Like when I took typography 101, it changed my whole design game.
Typography is the understanding of how letters are represented on a page, right? Like how the letters are drawn, or is it more general than that?
It's literally the study of typographic forms. Or no, if you want to completely generalize it, it's the study of contrast. That's what it would be, because you have like contrasting space, and you have like the difference between white and black. So you're looking at all of these like high level design principles, and then you go over grid, composition, layout, all that stuff, which is obviously integral in web design. I'm happy with those.
Yeah, that looks good.
Okay. So now to address your question about this, I think we should make this bigger, but not as big as this text. Like if this is a 56, or maybe we should do something bigger. What if we made this a 64 now? Okay, so now I'm like, all right, I want to add some contrast to that value box. Ooh, that's kind of cool.
Oh, with the dark
With like
outline.
A dark red.
Hmm.
Or like a bright sort of, like, see that kind of pastel? I mean, it's a bit of a girly design, but it's pretty nice. Let's see what else we got. The green works well too. So this is, where you'd say, all right, well, what's a secondary color that works well here? Ooh, yellow looks contrasty, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, I think they
like that's pretty nice.
With the specific purple that was chosen, the yellow looks pretty good.
Right.
It's not too harsh, but it still draws the attention.
You like this one here selected?
Yeah, although I think there needs to be a change in the background of the password zone. Even if it's the same purple, but it's a different shade.
Same purple, different shade of the background with that color of orange. Is that what you said?
No, with the background of that box. So we're changing the outline of the password box, but if we change the fill of
yeah, we could do a lighter value that will make it pop. Let's do this, and then let's put it to
if it's lighter and it's more saturated, those are the two things that tend to draw attention, right?
Right, something like. Something like yay. That looks pretty cool, actually.
And then if we if we have that
Let's pull
as the
this,
color for the box, I would slightly desaturate the background a little bit more.
Slightly desaturate. Oh, I thought I was the design expert. Oh.
I'm just thinking about what might look good, but I don't know.
No doubt. I like how it is. I'm gonna be here for hours.
Yeah, if you just keep tweaking it.
That's really contrasty. I don't know. Maybe we should make it all white and then black text. Yeah, I'm already liking a darker box here as opposed to lighter. And then let's
just have to, like you were saying, contrast the background.
Right. And you know, you can spend a long time on this, and this is what's cool. We're going to see in a little bit. You know, you can make all of these values variables in the code, and then you just basically change one variable and it updates. So, all right, I'm spending too much time. That's good. So we've got this form control here. That's bringing my eye in. I don't know about you, but I'm focused on that. Ooh,
sorry, the train came by. What was that?
I said I think this is pretty good, and I'm pretty focused on it. Like my eye, you know, kind of draws pretty well.
Yeah.
I am
center,
going to
pretty bold. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. I'm going to do a little bit of perfection here. Cool. So now it's got that little bit of highlight and kind of polish. All right, awesome. So do you need a password? Why not make it secure? Yeah, screw it. Let's get a secure one. So now we've got these form controls. They are hunky-dory. Yeah, I don't mind this. It's not amazing, but I don't mind it. Is there anything else we might need? This is a trick question, because there is. And this is very important that we know about this for any website you create. I'm instilling solid ethics.
Is it like accessibility controls or
Close.
something like that?
Yeah, something like that. So basically we just need to have a form of contact or like some company information in like the footer of the site.
Yeah.
And so, you know, if you're using someone else's content and they want to come flag you, you got to have obviously your contact information somewhere on your site. So right now I'm just kind of messing around with the layout or the spacing of things. I think that I should do something like this.
Would the copy function look better if it was on the right of the password text box? That might also help people understand that the password is being generated in a text box.
Like
opposed
this, you're saying?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Either having the copy or generate button next to that would help people understand why there's like a string of strange characters there and that it's a text box.
Like this, you're saying?
Well, yeah, I don't know about the left versus right or the placement, but just as a general idea.
Yeah, I like that idea. I was playing around with this. The only thing that I would want to do potentially is change this. Yeah, this is looking better actually. Like I like it more.
Yeah,
I think I need to add this.
I think my eye is drawn to the right side because of the way we read. So I would, it feels like it would be more balanced to have the buttons on the right.
Oh, you're saying like all of these over here.
But I'm not sure we can try both.
Yeah, then maybe change the order of these things a bit.
Yeah.
Nah. And then we would have to center this.
Well, let's think about what the user might do. So
the only thing I would have over on the right would be the generate, and then these two things would be down. So if I copy these, like the only thing I would do is this. You know?
Yeah.
But then if we do that, I think we can... Nah, that feels really wrong. Do we need a form element? Do we need a label? I think, I think we should just go back to the original layout.
Where there's no text underneath the buttons?
No, where there's, where they're all below.
I see.
Here, let's do this. So when in doubt,
because my thought is for the user, for like the most general user that clicks on the website link, lands on our webpage,
right.
Having there be a central focus, like, okay, your eyes go here, and then here's the thing you can interact with,
right.
as like the highest, most immediate, and most common interactability of the website would be, you click on the website, it automatically generates a password, I copy it to my clipboard. And then if someone doesn't like the password, then they might want to generate a new one or change the settings. So to me, that makes a hierarchy between the copy function and the settings in the generate function. And then putting the copy function right next to the text makes sense to me, because the text is copied, and it helps identify that the string that you're seeing right there is just a string of text, and that's what we're delivering to the user.
Right.
It also allows people to explore the website in a tiered way. So the core functionality is what someone might click every time they go to the website. That would be the copy button. But then if they're spending more time on the site, their eyes will migrate from there to the buttons right underneath, and they'll say, "Oh wow, this can be customizable," or "Who made this thing?" And then they'll scroll farther down.
Yeah, that's good to keep in mind, the visual hierarchy.
It's like the visual hierarchy corresponding with the functional hierarchy.
Right, and that's so important to do this kind of thinking. I really don't like this yellow, man. It's hurting my head. Let's just do white.
Okay.
Or, whoops, hold on.
It's always a battle trying to tinker with the details and get it just right. Which takes a lot of time, but it's kind of what makes something look polished, makes it stand out. Because we can't polish forever, especially if we're at the beginning, the prototyping.
Yeah, I should really move on, but hold on. Why is this grouped? Just like this, please. Show me if I put this stuff. It looks horrible.
I would change the dashed line on the border to a thin solid line. Really, really thin solid line.
Yeah. Alright, I gotta move on, but let's do that. And then I'm gonna see if this is white. Like, that's not terrible.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I think the background's a little bit dark, but...
The background of this, you're saying, needs to be, like, way lighter?
Yeah. Something like that.
Now we're just back to white. Fuck.
Yeah.
Or, oops, rather. I gotta be very conscientious of these swearing restrictions. All right, move on. Okay, this is cool. This is good. Now for the compare and contrast. That looks kind of cool too. What if we do no background? I just said we have to move on and I'm still here. All right, whatever. We're just doing this and we're gonna do these buttons associated with it. Like this, I think. So all 3 buttons on the bottom is one layout versus something like this. What do you think? This or something 3?
So
Both
this
look
was
pretty bad.
Yeah, well, I like this. I like the first one with the button on the side,
Yeah,
and
I
then
agree.
the 2 buttons underneath.
I agree.
And obviously we can tweak.
Ooh, this is better with it squared too.
values.
See how there's a line that actually gets created now?
Where?
How this text is now squared with the box. It's kind of cool.
Oh yeah, I think that looks better.
Yeah. And there's still some sizing stuff going on, some spacing stuff. But I think we can admit that this is like a generally, pretty good aspect of what we're going to do for now. And then of course there's that settings component for a later module. And so in this stream we're not going to cover the control, the settings component. We're just going to do the initial layout here now. Okay.
All right. That sounds good.
So at this point, a few things you can do. Of course, you could just render this out, export it, or what I'm going to do is just simply grab my little snipping tool, grab this, and we're going to throw this up side by side next to our code. So I'm just going to throw it in our downloads. Actually, I can just keep it open just like this. So now before we transition
the company information at the bottom.
Yes. Thank you for reminding me, sir. What we're going to want to do for that is something really simple. So we'll just take the max width of whatever was above. Make this white. Put this to 66. And then we'll say no, let's just do cool co. Sick. And let's do this guy at 16, and then let's do white. Okay. Okay. And now we're just going to do about. Okay, so we have to get a copyright, and what I like doing is just heading over here to Wikipedia. So it is all rights reserved. Okay, perfect. And then let's just get a copyright symbol. Thank you.
And the bottom of the web page is usually reserved for a place that you can access any point in the site from a single location.
Right, and that's
so you
what we
might
call a
have-
sitemap.
Okay.
And then what I like to do also for this stuff is I'll just separate it with a little dash so we can see those are links. And then let's do something fun for this. And because it's our theoretical company, we can go pick a fun little fonty font. Yeah. Cool co right there. Let's make this like 24. So then we can do this. Oops. All right. So now we've got ourselves a little site or a little footer here. Maybe the about would just pop open like a little modal, or send them to a new page, and then contact just opens up your email. So like they click this, and your email client boots up with a with their email address embedded.
I see.
So that's really nice. Okay, cool. So here's our really interesting page. This website will be worth thousands per month. So yeah, cool. Yeah, so without any further ado, we'll just transition over to the code. Do you have any questions about the design?
Let's see.
Wait, let's check the chat too. I don't know if anyone was in here.
Oh, someone said
make the FiSci website. The Kit Monster. I'm gonna assume that that might be Victor, but I don't know. If Victor, if that's you, what's up, dog? Okay, so yeah, without further ado, you want to rip it?
Let's see it.
Okay, so to begin with this, we're just basically going to just start hacking right into the weeds. And for this tutorial, I'm going to be a little bit more vocal, a little bit more hands-on with the code, and explaining exactly what we're doing with each language. And again, we're going to start in this tutorial with HTML first, and then move on to CSS. So without further ado, let's start creating our files. And I'm also going to preface this by saying you need a text editor. So you could go out and grab many different types of text editors. This is a great one called Brackets that allows you to edit code, and this is an Adobe product. And then there's what I use, which is Visual Studio Code. This is a Microsoft product, and this is the industry standard. So this is what all like big companies are using these days. And yeah, we'll be using that. So go ahead and download it, install it. It's a very straightforward and simple install. After doing that, you will be presented with this page, completely blank. And yeah, so this is basically your project. Down here, we've got a few windows. So in the bottom here, we've got a terminal. So this allows us to basically write commands. Over here, we've got a solution explorer. So this is where we can basically go in and like open up a folder on the hard drive here, or create files directly in here. So we're going to want to create a file, excuse me, we're going to want to open up the right folder. So I do everything on my new volume. So I'm going to go into development, and I'm going to do web, and now I'm going to create a new folder, and this is going to be called, what was the name of, hold on. Yeah, there we go. Oh. Okay. I don't know if I spelled any of that right, doesn't matter. Okay, so now we've got our solution open, and we can just go ahead and start hacking away. So what we need to do is essentially come up with a folder structure for our application, for our website. So every single website ever has an entry point file. And so this file works the exact same way, a PowerPoint file would work. You double click it, it opens it up in a program, and as you edit that PowerPoint file, the data gets saved, and you can pass it around, blah, blah, whatever. Same thing with the index of your site. So you need to have a central area where you link to other pages from. So we're going to create that, and that's called an index.html folder or file.
Do you have to call it index, or is that just what we're calling it?
You know, you don't, but it is highly advisable because there's many automated systems that will look for a file called index.html. So those services can get confused if they don't see the specific name as the entry point.
I see.
So now getting into the language of HTML, it's very so it's a layout language, which means it's used to define how the content is structured. So if we look here at this Figma file, we can sort of break up this site without writing any code first. So what I'm going to do is take you through basically what the HTML layout is from the top down. So if we think of everything as like containers that these components fit into, we might want to start and say, hey, we should have one big container for the entire site. And so let's demonstrate that by creating this rectangle here and giving it a red stroke. So if we do this, let's give it a stroke of 10. Let's remove this. So in HTML, we're going to use HTML to create a box that's going to basically be the entire wrapper for the site. And then we're going to have...
so this will store like the width of the page, the height of the page,
exactly.
And everything that's inside of the web page.
Oops, yeah, sorry, hold on guys, I'm making a mistake. Let's get back to it. So let's grab this rectangle and create another one. And now let's make this rectangle house the site, or house this main content up here, right? So we'll have another box that holds this stuff, and then we'll essentially have to start thinking like this, where we say, okay, then we want to have another box that's going to wrap this content, and so on and so forth. So the whole point of HTML, the whole reason you use HTML as a tool is to lay the website's format out and basically build everything into like boxes here. So this is visually what we're going to be doing with HTML. We're going to be setting up a structure to put content inside that mimics this layered box system here. So we've got one box that's overall, another one, and then one inside that, and then a final footer box.
And this is for positioning. So when you want something to be centered on the page, regardless of the background size, like the width of the web page, it needs to position the box.
Exactly. And so, yeah, that's essentially what we're going to be doing with HTML. So to write this down, we can just basically say, you know, put simply, HTML is a layout language that allows you to structure where your content goes on the website. Okay, so put simply, HTML is a layout language. It's not a programming language. It's a layout language that allows you to structure where it is that your content goes on the website. Right? So we say everything's got to fit into a box, then this stuff's got to fit into a smaller one, blah, 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 and we use HTML to do that.
And there are different tags, right? So there's the div boxes, the p tags, but they're all...
So hold on before you get that granular, because I want to go through what tags are and basically like how you can think about a layout language. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste in a whole bunch of content into here, and then I'm going to go through line by line exactly what that content does and why we need it. So to start off with, every single HTML file has the same few sets of tags to set up and tell the web browser that it is an HTML file. So if I type in HTML5 and I hit tab, It's an abbreviation, but it's going to give me a whole bunch of stuff. Okay. And so you're right now watching, holy shit, what is all that? So we're going to break it down line by line here. So to begin with, we need an indicator or a tag to tell this blank document that it is an HTML document. And when a web browser sees this, it will go in and verify and validate the fact that this is now an HTML file, and then we can write valid code in here, and the code will actually run because it knows it's an HTML file. Does that make sense?
And that's because right now we are literally just typing characters into a text file.
Literally, this is a plain text file. So we need a way to indicate that it is that. So the computer reads this, says, okay, I'm an HTML file, great. Well, this is a nice segue into that same understanding of why we need to specify it's HTML. We also need to specify it's a language. So if we go back to this strong random password here, we can see there's this drop down for different languages. Very, very important. If your website doesn't have any type of translation, Google basically will have trouble indexing your site and give you lower scores on like accessibility and things. So that's a bit too granular. I wanna back up a bit.
But the more accessible you make your site, the more exposure it will get on the internet.
Right, exactly. So it's important that we signify here that this is an English website. So moving from those two things, we also always need to have a head tag. Now, what the hell is a head? Well, if you think about a document and you think about a Word document, there's usually an intro, like a title page that will say, you know, the name of the author, the date, maybe the professor, and a title of the page. And so in 1 second, you can see exactly the sort of metadata or the purpose or the intent of what that document is at the very first glance. So we could say that that's the head of the Word document, right? Well, we need a similar thing for our HTML document here. We need a very quick way to say, all right, this is the website, this is what it's about, this is what it's doing, and here's all the metadata associated with that. And so that's why we, of course, have a title tag here. Is this making sense?
Right. So this is right now. We're when you say metadata, we're putting in information not for the user of the website, but this is just organizational, so that when we put it on a browser or put it on the internet, it can be indexed and put in the right place.
Right. So basically, when we are done with this whole website and we want to give it to Google so that somebody can go www.strongpasswords.com and actually view it, this portion tells Google what this website is and what it's about. So the person won't be able to access it or read any of the data if there's no head. Does that make sense?
I see. There's a required tag for the HTML document to
work.
Everything
you see here is required. These first two elements are to say, hey, we're HTML, hey, the language is English, and then this head is to tell Google we're a website that's titled, or we're a website that generates, you know, strong password generator. There would also be like description tags. Or actually, here, let me go grab, it's a meta description tag. HTML. So you'll notice I'm going to be doing a lot of Googling for specific syntax. And when you program, that is the routine. There's no avoiding forgetting all of this really specific nomenclature, so you just have to look it up. So what I just added is a meta tag that has a name of description, and that's going to tell Google exactly what our website does. So we generate really strong passwords for you. Okay. Oops. So at this point, we have a file, that says, "Hi, I'm HTML. I'm written in English, and I represent the structure of a web page that's about generating strong passwords for you." That's what we have so far. Okay?
And just some quick questions.
Yep.
The char set, that's character set, so that's like the
Yes.
the letters we're using, and then the HTTP equivalent, is that what that is abbreviating?
Yeah. So this is for a different session. Let's basically let's keep a secret with each other. Okay, that sounds weird. Let's pledge that we will go over this information later, but that you need it in every single page. So just add it in every single page for now, and we'll go over what these individual things mean.
Right.
I just want to keep the complexity low, but you do need all of this here.
Yeah, just referencing why it's useful. Maybe not like the details of what it is, but like here we're just describing we're describing the type of content we're creating. So this is character set, and then
it's encoded in a UTF-8 encoding, right? So this is telling Google, hey, if you're going to serve this, if you're going to allow users to come to this website, well, then we better know what kind of encoding you're using. So that's sort of what why Google needs that. Google then comes down here and says, what specific version of the document are you using, and is it compatible with whatever quality assurance this is. Right, so this is just another kind of compatibility thing. To my understanding, browsers that are IE Edge and previous need to see this tag so that it knows how to basically structure all of the page content for Edge and Internet Explorer specifically.
I see.
And then back to this is a nice segue into our earlier discussion about device size, and this is a tag that tells Chrome that we're going to start the website on like a fully zoomed out resolution. So you see initial scale 1.
Yeah.
If we didn't have
and that's
this
like
here,
when you're
if we didn't have initial scale 1, what would happen when we load it up is on the phone it might be super zoomed in, whereas on the desktop it could be zoomed out. So this makes sure that it's always the same resolution, basically, or always the same zoom level. Okay, so that's that covered. Now let's move into the next really important requirement of our document, and that's the body. So this is all the meats and potatoes of your site. This is where the boxes will go, those red boxes that we just outlined in Figma. This will be represented inside of the body. So in other words, every single thing the user sees on your website is stored inside the body. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and the body tag is just a way of telling the web browser that this is where we're putting this content, right? Exactly. It's like the body tag doesn't do anything functionally other than identify, right?
And it serves as the highest level box. So if we think back to this idea that all we're using HTML to do is say, hey, I want you to make a whole bunch of boxes and then stick a whole bunch of content into those boxes. The body tag is the largest box. It's the first box you start with, and you put everything else in there.
I see.
So, if you didn't already understand. So with that sort of overview done, and with those 4 integral components or tags of HTML, can I ask you, Noah, what is it that we need in every single HTML page to successfully get it hosted on Google?
That's a pretty general question. I mean, you need an IP address.
What are the 4 things that we need in our content or in our HTML page that we just went over? I just want to recap.
Oh, the doc type,
Mhm.
the HTML tag, the head tag with the metadata, and then the
Right.
body tag, which
Exactly.
is the where the content for the website begins, or
Right.
it's the most general container.
Exactly. Okay. So good on that.
I thought you were asking about something we hadn't done yet.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I want to keep some of the IP stuff out of this level of lecture, but I think we're going. We are kind of jumping around a bit, but just to know that there's a lot more
Yeah,
stuff to cover.
we're jamming.
Exactly,
we're
exactly, exactly. We're moving and grooving. So yeah, let's get into these various elements. So before I begin on building out the structure of our contents and kind of porting over those red boxes into HTML tags, I want to back up a second and just define exactly what is a tag. We've already written tags. What is a tag, and how many tags are there? What do you need to know about them, etc. So a tag is all this stuff we just wrote, and sometimes it's referred to as an element. So HTML has tags or elements. These tags tell browser what kind of
And
content.
there's always the starting tag and then the closing tag with the backslash in front of the name of the tag. So we have
Yeah,
body and then we have slash body to close it.
right, exactly. And before we get into the syntax, I want to describe like kind of what it's doing. So in the case of the HTML tag, remember, we're saying to the browser, hey, this is the HTML page. So that's what it can be used for. So the doc type is a tag, the HTML one ahead is, meta is, body is. Another one would be a div. So this is a box. There's another one that would be a p tag, and this stands for a paragraph of text.
And
Let's see.
these you can find on the W3 Schools website. I think that's
Yeah, let's link that for sure. Put that in the chat. Div, a container, p, paragraph of text. A UL is a list, right? And there's let's just look up HTML tags. Yeah, let's link the right one because I always give people this one. Cool. Okay, so
and these tags are people don't tend to make like new tags or their own tags very often.
right.
The tags are kind of just a way, like a common language that all browsers can use to interpret the information,
Right,
right?
right. And remember how I said tag is a lot of times referred to as elements?
Yeah.
So if we read this here, I've already described to you exactly what these do. So like a head, a meta, a title, right? So this gives you very good explanations of exactly what those are. And then, to leverage this, what we're going to move on to next and explain really well is this idea of the content versus the layout elements. So content sectioning elements allow you to organize the document content into logical pieces. Use the sectioning elements to create a broad outline of your page content, including header and footer navigation and heading elements to identify sections of content. So this is very important. We're going to move on to this next. We've got text content. So this is this includes the p tag that I just told you about. So this is where we would put the text, button or whatever. We would put that in a p tag. And so you can read this website and go over each thing. And remember, you don't have to memorize this stuff. It's all easy to reference. Okay. So going off of this, let us start unpacking the Figma document and translating the structure to actual HTML. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we've got our body, and this, again, okay, topmost container, and so now we're going to put another container inside this, and we're going to make this one a div. Ooh, just not do that.
And the div is just like a general purpose box, right?
Yes, so let's look up div on here. Okay. All right, so we're going to use a div. The HTML content division element is a generic container for flow content. It has no effect on the container layout, blah, 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 with CSS. So we're going to learn how all this stuff works with CSS. But for now, we can say, all right, it's a generic container for flow content. Perfect. That's what we need.
Did you say flow content?
I did, yes. And we'll cover
what do you mean by flow content?
So there is a principle of HTML of whether the document, of whether the content is in flow of the document or out of flow of the document. And we're going to see exactly kind of how that has to, or how that materializes, what it looks like. But it has to do with when you're making the website smaller or bigger, how that content is like wrapping and just overall how it responds to user interaction.
Okay, so like if you're scaling the window size and then the text has to wrap instead of overflow,
exactly,
that would be related to the flow of the content.
Exactly. If you have an image next to a paragraph and then you make it small and the paragraph starts getting smaller and smaller and smaller, does it jump to a new line or does it just stay on the same line, right? So that's like flow.
Okay. And if it didn't have any flow, it would all the content would be delivered like a static image, and it wouldn't dynamically change.
Yeah, then the flow would always be whatever the initial state of the flow is, I suppose. But we're going to get a really clear understanding here in a sec. So we've got our first box, which we've denoted as a div. And so now we're going to move into the next one, which in this case we would have to make a choice. You know, do we want to make the one on the bottom here, or do we want to make the one on the top first? And
probably makes sense to go from top down, right?
Not only does it make sense, but this is where it gets to the point that's really important here, is it follows a top-down execution. So the code you write in here will get understood by the computer line by line. So when we get down to line 22 and we go on to make the next box, it's very important that that is shown here in the HTML as being on top of the footer down here.
Okay. So your HTML format should match the physical layout as closely as possible. Like you wouldn't describe the footer and then describe the main content, because
so in other words, this is going to show up exactly how it is here, but if we were to switch these two, it would be very, very hard to get it to show up this way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you want to semantically lay everything out top to bottom.
Gotcha.
Or as nested, like nested out from in, basically.
So if you have like body tag, div tag, and we put some content in there, and then there's a div tag underneath that, so the two divs are in the same layer.
Like this?
Let's see. Yeah. So if the two divs are stacked on top of each other, they can still be positioned so that the one at the bottom div tag is positioned above it, right? Like there's no.
Can we switch the order of this appearing on top of this, even though it's like this in the code?
Yeah, I'm just wondering with the positioning, like you can position a tag anywhere on the screen, but then there's the layout of the tags in the HTML, and then there's the positional hierarchy as it gets rendered on the page.
Right, and what I'm saying is you need to lay things out in the way that they're going to be grouped. So you have
Right.
to be smart about saying, if this content is going to show up sort of together, like contained, you have to wrap it right, I guess. So,
Contain just meaning that it moves together, right?
for example, if this was inside, if this box right here was written in the HTML to really be inside of this box right here, there would be no way to get it to appear down here.
Yeah.
Because structurally, if you think about it, this box is inside of this box, so there's no way that it can come outside of it, if that makes sense, right? So it's like the nested layers of the HTML page are really just boxes within boxes.
But if they're on the same layer, so like the footer and that main body
Right.
are on the same layer as the body
Like this.
tag.
Like this one is now
Right.
a sibling of this one.
Right. If they're siblings, then there's no restrictions as to the movement between those two divs, but you should have the top div tag
There's no
higher up.
there's no movement, or there's no restriction in the same box, right? If they're sitting inside the same box, they can move around as much as they want. But if one is inside the other, you won't be able to get it outside of the. Yeah, I think we understand. I think we're on the same page. So those are some of the preliminary rules, and now that we have our outside box, let's go ahead and make this next one. So we can do it the same way as a div, but remember, it's got to be inside now. So now we've got this outside box, but what about the text content here? So you said, or I think I mentioned earlier, and maybe you caught it, the p tag, right?
Yeah, p tag or the heading tags as well.
Yeah, so that's actually a perfect segue. So we could absolutely write this content in here using a p tag. However, in HTML, there's many ways to do the same thing, but certain elements or tags are better or more appropriate for certain content. So if we take a look here, this really isn't a paragraph, right? It's not really a paragraph. It's a title.
Yeah.
But we can associate it with a paragraph, and HTML won't care. HTML does not give a crap. It doesn't know that it's a title. It just knows it's a piece of text. So this is where, from the programmer and the thinker, we've got to say what semantically makes sense. Do we want this to be a paragraph, or do we want it to be a piece of heading text? Probably heading, because it's the largest piece and it's the most prominent thing on our site.
And
so,
making it semantically match is just useful for other other tooling layers. So like the browser might have something that's looking for a specific tag, so it's useful to have it be named as accurately as possible.
Absolutely. So when I said that there's multiple ways to do the same thing in HTML, meaning that I could make this a div, I could make this a UL, I could do all that, right? But semantically, it doesn't make sense. And then there's also HTML, the language might complain. So you might end up getting an error that says this HTML tag doesn't work with this content. Does that make sense?
Huh. Okay, so there are certain restrictions on specific tags, but like a div doesn't care. A p tag just needs text. But if you try to, you can't make a hyperlink with a p tag. You need to use the hyperlink tag.
Yes, correct. But you can do things like put a hyperlink tag inside of a p tag, right? So there's all that kind of stuff. But I wanted to demonstrate that because the p tag is a great option, but there's a better one, and that better one is a heading, like you mentioned. So if we look up heading, we can see that it actually has to do with content sectioning. So what we can use in HTML is we can say, we can make something a header element and then stick a h1, which is a piece of text, inside of that header element. So now it's really semantic, right? We go here and we read it and we say, oh, hey, what does this div have? Oh, well, it has a header, just like our Word document. Remember I explained the Word document? And then what's contained in that header? Oh, really simply, a piece of text that is the title of our web page.
And the H1 through H6 the number represents like the layer of importance of the header.
Exactly. So an H1 would be probably the largest piece of text on your page. The first one, the thing that you want to be like, the title of your Word document, right? So in this case, it's our catchphrase here.
And then when we label these tags consistently, when we make our style sheet, then we'll have consistent styling across our web page.
Yes.
So
And
anything that we... Yep.
Yes. I want to leave CSS for the next component of this, but you're absolutely right in that all of these elements are going to get styling applied to them so that they look like this, and they have the same colors, they have the same font, they have the same width. All of that's going to come, but you're right in that there's a good connection.
But it's a
here.
core reason that we do it semantically is because if we didn't, then when we tried to do our styling, you would have to make all kinds of styling exceptions for all the times that you didn't use the tag as semantically as possible. Right. And maybe we should mention that semantically just refers to the thing that you're labeling it is refers to the meaning of the thing or the usefulness of the thing in the most direct way.
Right. In other words, how human readable is the code you're writing, so that when you're looking at it, it makes sense that if you've got your heading text, that it might be inside of a header component, right? So now this all makes sense in your head. You're like, oh, you can predict what content's going to be in there. Yeah. So that's why we do it semantically, like you said. And yeah, so we've got our header, we've got our text. And so now we're going to want to create the actual form elements here that we see. So these buttons we're going to have to do, all of this stuff. So this is exciting. I'm going to use, let me think about this. Okay, would you agree that this box is the main box of our website? Like this one has the most importance?
Yeah, that's where we have the main phrase that we're drawing their attention to, the content of the password, and then the buttons they can interact with.
Right. So, in other words, this box really describes the most important, like if somebody were to look at it and there was a label on that box, we'd want to tell the person, this is like the fragile thing. This is the most important thing that the site has to offer, and this is where it lives. So to show that, we can use what's called the main attribute or the main element. And to read it verbatim of MDN here, it represents the dominant content of the body of a document. The main content area consists of the main area, right? So we get it. So let's go ahead and let's change our div, right? Which used to be, remember, if we remember back to what a div is, it's a generic content, right? It's a general content. But a main is a really specific piece of content. It's saying this is the main focus of the web page. All right?
All right.
So now let's go through here and let's add a input. Okay. For those of you that have hawk eyes, what is different about this tag than the rest of them?
It's got the slash after the tag.
Right. So this is a self-closing tag that does not wrap data. So we're going to see this, but it's this input element is the actual text field that the user is going to be able to click, and it's going to put their cursor inside here to actually edit this value. So that's the input. Then we're going to have these buttons. So for the buttons, we're going to want another div because we're going to want to wrap the buttons. Because remember, we have a box here. And then we'll have, button 1.
So the input, you said, is a self-closing tag, and then it's what focuses the cursor. Is that what you said?
It is what focuses the cursor. So it's the actual thing that holds the text inside of it and allows you to click on it. So the input element is all we're going to need to pull this off, basically. And you'll see exactly what.
So we're going to put the data for input in between the triangle brackets.
Here. So the HTML input element is used to create interactive controls for web-based forms in order to accept data from the user, a wide variety of types of controls. So this is what we're using. And it literally just gives you the box that you can start entering data into. That's all it does.
Okay.
Okay, so now I created that little red box beneath the input, and I gave it 2 buttons, which are going to be our copy and our settings. So let's say copy.
And the button tag already has the functionality of being able to click it built in, or
Yes.
is that something we have to add?
Yes. So notice I just saved this document. We had been writing a whole bunch of code, and I had not saved it. So now when I've saved it, it's actually sitting on my hard drive, and we can go and open that up with Google Chrome.
Just by double-clicking the file, right?
So we're going to reveal it in our Explorer, and this is just the folder that for my project root. And now you can see I've got this little Google Chrome icon on here. So if I double-click it, let's always do that. Boom, here's our website.
And this is not online yet. It's just your computer's referencing its own file using the browser as the application that views the data.
Exactly. So we have this. We just created this. We wrote all of our code here, and you can see stuff showing up, but it just doesn't look great. So pat yourself on the back because the HTML is valid. Everything's been written correctly, put in the right place, and so it's rendering our body content here on the page, and we can actually see that. And
then those are the boxes. Okay, yeah.
So for anyone asking like what this view is, this is the inspect window, inspect editor view here. So yeah, and remember back how I said that the only thing that you can see in the page is your body. So if you come down here to head, see how when I hover there's nothing, and then boom, there's all of our stuff in body.
Yeah.
So this is showing the boxes and how they're laid out exactly how we showed in our design doc here. So remember that big red one? We go here, take a look. There it is. All right, back to it.
And this is all like left justified and text-based because we haven't written the style for it.
Exactly. So we're just writing. Remember, we're just writing the layout of where things are going to go using the boxes.
Yeah.
Okay, button, this, and then what do we have? We had that. Oh, remember we had another button to the side of the input?
Yeah.
So
that we can wrap, maybe we want to wrap that in a div with the input next to it.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, you're ahead of me here. So what I'd like to do is, what do we have? Yeah. A random thought I just had a random thought. Should we switch this refresh with the copy? Because doesn't it make a lot of sense to put the copy
I think
there?
The copy should be to the right. I think whatever button you use most of the time should be right next to the text.
Right.
And then the explorative like other options like settings or refresh or regenerate should be secondary because those will not always be needed.
Right. I think it's also important to say that the user is going to come, they're going to, most users are just going to copy one password.
Right. They're going to click on the website, they're going to click on the copy button next to the password that got generated and then leave.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sorry, excuse me for the cough. All right, cool. So that's better. And then we would just need to say, all right, awesome. I'm stoked about that. So let's change this now. So this is going to say, or let's do refresh, or let's do generate. Let's do this one. Let's copy. Yeah, I'm starting to really like this now. It's all making sense. This is also incorrect. So every tag is lowercase.
Okay. What looks like header isn't.
Yeah, so header was uppercased, and you saw that it rendered. So if we go to our test account here, you can see that this is valid HTML.
Did you have to save the file in order to see the change to the
Yes.
in the web browser?
Yeah, so I had to do Control S, which saves this locally, and then I can refresh, and you can see here this is pointing at it, so it gets the latest version. But notice how in my file it's uppercase and here it's lowercase, so it does do, it doesn't care, but just from a coder's perspective, we want to keep everything really consistent. Consistency.
Yeah, just making it neat.
Mm-hmm. So lowercase works, cool, 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 and I think the last thing we have is a footer, right? And what do you know? We've already got an HTML element for a footer. Now remember, could we use a div here?
Yeah, but wouldn't we want this to be a footer outside of the div we're using to wrap our main content?
No. So if we look here...
Well, there's body, div, main, and obviously we don't want the footer in main, but wouldn't we also want it outside of that div?
No, because notice how if we look at where the boxes would sit, main would sit in the same box as footer. And if we look, this is our main box, this is our footer box. So it's actually existing within the, remember the div is this red outline?
Oh, I thought that was our body.
You know, it could be. This is a totally unnecessary div. We don't need it.
Okay, okay.
Oh, actually, yeah, we do, because we can't. Yeah, we need this div. That's all I'm gonna say. We can't set a. See how this is like centered, but it's a restrictive width. There's a max width here. See how the width is like it's not wrapping to the whole percentage of the site. It's just it's contained right here.
Yeah.
So we need this overarching div to be able to set a max width. So just
okay. So body is whatever the device's page is showing you, right?
Viewport.
It's like the entire viewport, and then we're wrapping a div inside that so that we can set a limit to the minimum width.
So like if someone appears nice and width and wide, yeah, it appears like perfectly wide. And let's see how many pixels it is. So it's 800. So we'll set a div that has a maximum width of 872. Does that make sense?
I see. Because right now I'm experimenting with my browser, and it looks like I can't make it any skinnier than a certain amount. And then the content on the page is scaling. Mm-hmm. Some of it scales and some of it doesn't, but it's handling like that minimum width.
Right. And that
is that standardized for the browser, or is that something that each website's set up?
So every browser has a style sheet, and this is a good talk for the next section. But every web browser, whether it's a Firefox or Chrome or Internet Explorer, whatever, has a different base style sheet, and so that's going to change how it looks a little bit. But generally,
what about the window size in general? So like in Windows, it looks like I can't make the Chrome window any skinnier than a number of pixels.
So that is going to be based on the smallest size of your content.
Okay.
So if you have a paragraph, there's only a certain amount you can make it small, and really we should have a visual to show exactly what we're talking about here. But like, for example, if we made this just minuscule, you can see how it doesn't get smaller than 150. See that?
Yeah. Is that because something in there is the size of 150?
No, it's because there's no way for this to wrap anymore.
Huh.
And there might actually be something in the box model that's preventing it. Potentially this input here. Excuse me. I think I'm thirsty. Okay, so with our footer in place, let's put in these lines, and then let's put in our logo and our navigation. So for that line on the top, I'm going to enter something called a horizontal rule. Actually, I'm not going to do that. So we have a footer, and then we're going to have our logo on the left, which is, oh yeah, this will be an image, right? So we need to get this. This is like some fancy text, but we can export this as a PNG, and then just load it into our site as an image. Okay.
Like a logo.
Yes. And so then now we're going to put this content here, about contact and all rights reserved, inside of our footer, which is going to sit inside of a nav component. And if we look up nav, you can see that a nav element represents a section of the page whose purpose is to provide navigation links. And what's in here? About and content, which are both underlined, indicating that a user can click to navigate to a separate page. So let's do. So now, how do we get a link? Right? Come down
That'd be
here.
the hypertext.
Right. So you might type in link, and you're like, "Oh, cool. What's this link?" Creates a hyperlink to web pages. Blah blah blah. Oh, it's the A tag. All right, and it's got an href attribute. So you start learning about this stuff, and this is really the process. It's going down to this website, searching up the tags, reading what they do, and then actually using them. That's how you learn.
Yeah, and you might need to just like browse the reference documents and just read up on all the different tags just to see what's available.
Exactly. And so now here we're getting to the point where we have to write the copyright info. And so we could definitely put this in a p tag, but again, it's not a paragraph. It's just one piece of text. So we can use another element called small, and then we can just throw this stuff. Also, do you know if the copyright comes after all rights reserved or before?
Let me see.
Because I think it comes before, but I could be wrong. And then also for anyone watching, if they're curious about the small element, it represents slide comments and small print, like copyright legal text. See, so there's always a semantic good element to choose. HTML's always got your back. Okay. So
see, it says the I'm just looking up where to put the copyright symbol. There's a couple different ways you can do it, but doing the copyright symbol and then a year and then a name is one common way. It looks like you do it before the let's see, before the name.
Right. Okay. That's how I had it. Whoops. Sorry. All right.
Huh. I'm not sure that this is standardized because I see people use it where they say the name of the company, like incorporated dot and then copyright and then the year.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem very standardized.
Well, luckily it's not too important. All right, awesome. So we've got our site laid out here. So it was really that simple, guys. We took a really high-level look at this stuff, and we really did our due diligence in thinking about how we would code this in our design, and we made everything really semantic and simple by building it in these components. So now we've got really really three boxes: a main div, a main, and a footer. So with that saved, let's check our site and let's do a quick refresh and make sure that we've got everything. So do you need a password? Cool. Let's make it secure. We've got an input, we've got our copy, we've got a generate, and we've got a settings. Cool. And then we've got our footer. Oh, but we don't have the image. So let us grab an image. So let's go back over to Figma and let's see if we can't export this. So let's do an export, and then we're actually going to do an SVG and not a, no, let's do a PNG. It doesn't matter.
What about the line in the footer, and
so that's going to be addressed via a CSS thing. That's going to be the next topic that we cover.
okay, so that's just that line can be generated with the style sheet for whatever the div tag or nav box that we or footer tag that we put around that content.
Right. So to back up again here and just introduce this next thing we're going to do, we're going to get the image of our logo saved into our project directory and then linked to our image tag. Because right now this is sitting there, but it has no source. It has no, it's not pointing to a path. So that's exactly what we need to give it. We need to give it something. So you might ask, well, what is that we need to give it? Is it, do we put image in here? And then do we do like cool.png, or how does it work? So instead of dicking around, let's go to our MDN and let's look up image. And we can see here that it embeds an image. Cool, let's click on it to get more info. And here we can see an example implementation where they use something called the source attribute. So if I'm new to this and I go, okay, I don't know what that is, it seems like it's pointing to a JPEG. I know that's a file. I know it's an image. Oh, cool. The source attribute is required and contains the path to the image you want to embed. Okay?
And that would be the local file path on your computer.
Correct.
Or once we host a server, or I mean the website on a server, that would be handled through the servers.
So you can see here when I do source and I do these little quotes, this is where I actually put in the path. And you can see here that it's recommending, or it's giving me a shortcut to index.html. So in other words, inside these two quotes is basically anything that shows up in here, and the program is always scanning it. So if I add a file here, so if I open this up and then I go and put that image, you know, the image we just downloaded, if I put that image in here, now you can see it's showing up. So actually, let's just do it like this. So you can see now I've got Cool Cat Co. LLC, and I've also got the index. So we want the Cool Cat, right? Put that in there, and now when we save it,
Is this what is the syntax with the double period PNG? There's like .png.
oh, did I put a dot? Oh, it looks like it's named ... Let's rename that so it's not confusing to anyone. Okay. Cool Co. LLC.png. Great. And you can see I just saved it. And if we refresh, it's not there.
And we didn't have to put the path to the project folder. The project folder is the starting point for the path.
And you'll see why I did it that way in a second. But do you see the image here?
No.
So we can't see the image because the background's white. So we really have two options. We can either go change the color of the image to get it to show up, or we can change the background of the website to get the image to show up. Because the image is white.
The image is just a white.
Right, and the background's white.
I see.
So we're now going to introduce the second language in our stack, and that's CSS. And that stands for, and let me make sure I get it right, because I know it's Cascading Style Sheet, but I don't know if it's... Okay, so it is Sheets. It's Cascading Style Sheets, plural. And that is the language that allows us to apply color. It allows us to apply sizing, spacing, responsiveness. All of that fancy stuff comes with CSS. Animations, if you've ever been to a website and something's bouncing around, it's all CSS. A little bit of JavaScript mixed in, but it's mainly CSS. And so yeah, so first things first, let's style this body tag so that we can get the background to appear dark purple and not white. So how do you think we might do that, Noah?
Well, since I've done a bit of this
already
before,
know.
I know that we can either style directly in the HTML document, or we can make a separate file, and it's probably best to make a separate file.
Right. That is very, very true, and I still want to demo what's possible with the internal style tag. So we know that we want to add some style, but we don't know how. So let's go to MDN and let's type in style. Okay, cool. We got a few styles here. Let's see what the first one says. Yes, the SVG style element allows style sheets to be embedded directly SVG. Okay, that doesn't seem right because it's SVG. This is more the style attribute allows you to style an element using CSS declarations. Interesting. Oh, this actually isn't the right style. Okay, hold on a second. Here it is. So this is where stuff can get a little bit misleading, and you have me and a great live stream to check out exactly what you need, which is the global attribute containing CSS. So this styling decoration actually gets applied to all the elements. So we can see here, this is called inline CSS. So instead of making an external document, we're actually going to put it right on the attribute to see really quick. And this is just so we can get our bearings with CSS, and I can explain it to you, and then we'll go to the file. Does that make sense?
Yep. So you said a global style. I heard you say something along those lines.
Yep.
So if we style a specific tag with the inline CSS, does that mean it gets applied to all of those tags of that specific type? Or
so
no?
This is a perfect segue into understanding the C in the language of CSS, which is the cascading aspect to it. So when you
so what does that mean?
Yep. So when you said global, I'm assuming you mean write it once and have it globally available to all the other HTML, right?
Well, if I style my paragraph tag,
Right.
Does that mean that all of my p tags get styled like that, or no?
Right. Yes. So when you write in when you do a style tag like this, it's kind of confusing because I didn't know exactly what you meant. But if you do an inline style per the element, it'll just be the element.
That specific element or that tag?
This specific tag and only one of them. So if we put it on a div, it will be only this element. And so if there was two divs, it wouldn't be for both of them. But that's getting ahead a little bit. Let's get back to the actual language itself, which is writing the styling syntax. So we said we wanted to make this background red, and we know we have this MDN site that gives you, access to everything web related. So let's look up background color. Okay, so we see background color, CSS. That's what we want. Background color sets the okay, cool. Okay, we can see we can use brown as a keyword. We probably could use purple. So
and this is a style attribute of any tag, or
so I don't want to go into that just yet. I just want to put some color down, and then I want to I want to unpack what CSS is, and I'll answer all of those great questions specific to the property and whatnot. Okay, so we know that their style element can sit on the body tag, which means we can give it CSS now. We can tell what the body tag, what to read. And now we know we can make the background color brown, so we probably could do red. So let's paste this in. And then let's change this to purple. Let's give that a save. Let's go back to here. No, not here, here. And let's see if that worked. Holy crap. So now we have an amazing purple background with our logo showing up because now we've got white on purple. Awesome. That's a pretty bad purple, so let's see if we can get a better one. What was the one we used? 4.7, cool. So let's throw that in there. So instead of purple, we want to use this. And so anytime we're using a hex value, we've got to put that in front of it. So now it knows that it's a color value. So if we give that a save, cool. So now we've got our awesome purple. Neat. So now that you know it's this easy to do things with CSS, let's actually unpack what CSS is and write a little bit more of it and actually like take a look at the syntax the same way we did with all these different tags. Actually, before I launch into this, let's use this as a second to break. And I'm gonna use the restroom and grab some water. Okay.
All right.
Let's see. Can I turn off my camera as I wait?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it's really easy to do that, and I'm just being a bit of a.
There's a pause button. If you just click the pause button in the controls panel.
The controls panel, controls. See, the pause is gonna stop my recording, and I don't want that.
No, I think there's a stop recording button and a pause button, right?
But I don't know. I want to keep this running and simply here. There. Okay.
Oh, I
Am
see what
gone?
you mean.
Okay. People can look at this. All right.
There we go.
Yeah, perfect. All right.
Yeah.
BRB, 2 minutes.
All right.
Good progress. What up? What up?
Yo.
And we're back.
I like the entrance.
Let's put on this again. Hello. And let's get back to it. All right. Let's dive into CSS. So as Noah mentioned previously, this is something that we can either write directly on our elements, or we can do a linked file that allows us to just write all of our CSS in that file and separate out our HTML. So let's do that. We're going to call this stylesheet.css. And like anything, or like everything else, you could name it. You could name it anything you want. I like style sheets, very, very indicative. And so yeah, so let's transfer our background color purple definition to this next file, and then let's link it up so that the body knows that it has to apply this style. So if we just get rid of this, let me paste it in here. Obviously this isn't enough. So how do we tell, how do we write CSS so that we reference both the body and what it should be styled? So let's go here and let's look up CSS syntax. Okay, this is perfect. So again, I don't want to reinvent the wheel, and W3 does an amazing job at explaining this. But essentially, it starts left to right, and we have the first item that we write being the selector of the element or the tag. So in our example, we have we want to style the body, right? So instead of writing H1, we're going to write body, and then we're going to use space and then a curly bracket. And what this curly bracket is basically just like the HTML tag that you write, which allows us to put all of our CSS information that's scoped to the body inside of these two tags. So this is the way that we can denote, like, hey, everything inside of here pertains to the body, and everything outside here obviously is not going to get applied to the body. So that's how we keep those things sort of like scoped.
Do you mean body, like the body tag as it appears once, or as it appears throughout the entire document?
So this is saying let's target the body, and there's only one body for every page. So we would just be targeting this one body. And so remember, we want to give it a background color, right? And so actually, we don't even have to write style in here anymore. We can just do exactly what was in there directly in these brackets. So we did background color, and then I think we use some value from here as that. So now let's give this a save, and let's go back and reload our web page. And oh, what happened? Why isn't it working? We just wrote background.
Did you not link the style? Did you not link the style sheet to the HTML yet?
Correct. And this is actually misspelled.
Okay.
Background. There we go. When you spell it correctly, the squiggles go away, and it gives you a color. So yeah, you're exactly right. This is not linked, so there's no way to tell that this is the body that it should be applying the rules to. So we're going to need a frickin' element, and we're going to need a way to tie those together. And we need a link. So let's go back to here, and let's look up link. CSS link, HTTP link. Oh, this is interesting. External resource link. Let's see, is there anything for CSS? Huh. Interesting. There's one thing for CSS, but it seems to be a rule. So you see kind of my thought process as I'm thinking aloud. I'm reading these things and I'm trying to find, ooh, look, main.css. Huh, that seems interesting. The HTML external resource link specifies relationship between the current document and external. Ooh, okay, so this is what we need. Right?
So this is where we go into the HTML, and now we're pointing to the style sheet, right?
Exactly.
From the HTML.
Exactly. And I used MDN and kind of context clues to find that information.
Yeah, or you could just Google directly, like, how do I link my CSS to my HTML? And then someone will probably have answered that question before.
Absolutely. That is absolutely solid evidence, or solid advice. I like MDN just because it's all in one place. But.
And are you required to put the link tag to link the CSS in the header or in the head?
Yes, you are. So I think it gives you, yeah, it gives you somewhere in here. It'll tell you, the specific rules about when you cannot use it. All right, so we've got that style sheet locally, so that's linked to it. Style sheet. .css. Boom, here it is. Let's hit save, and now when we come back, yay, we got purple again. Cool. So let's actually switch back to the CSS, and then let's switch back to the syntax, and let's unpack this a little bit further. So we understand our selector, we understand our curly braces, and so now we're going to look at what the declaration is. And so that's the statement, the entire statement, background color equals purple. That would be the declaration. The property is, of course, the thing you're targeting. So if it was text, it would be color. If it's, in our case, it's background color, and then the value of that property, which is, in this case, hex, or we could put purple or anything else. So this sort of, I guess, like 3-part system where you have a selector, a property, and a value is how every single CSS statement works.
A sector or a selector, a declaration,
or a selector, a property, and a value.
Okay, a selector, a property, and a value. Because we're just, the property is the, it's already part of the tag, right? It's just the thing of the tag that we're changing, the value being the data we're changing in it, and then the selector is the tag type.
Right. So we have, selector here. Oops. We have selector, which is body. Then we have this, which is our property. And then out here, we've got our value. Okay, does that make sense? So really simple stuff. And so, if we wanted to do something more with body, like let's say we wanted to make the font size of the body extra large, right? We can say here, all right, well, we're now accessing the font size property of the body selector, and we're setting its value to large or to extra large. Right, so that's how we would kind of speak that, and then you see how this got larger. Boom, that's how that's done right there.
But what about creating properties for a tag? Is that impossible?
So CSS is a set amount of features that it gives you. So like background color is a property, so there's only a certain amount of properties we can use, and those are all documented on MDN or various websites. So like if you look up all CSS selectors, or all CSS.
And is that something that the browsers decide on, or when you say MDN, is this like just a standard protocol everyone decided to use? Or
any information you get about CSS is going to be the same everywhere. So you're fine to use anything that you find. Like it's all valid CSS basically. It's just one spec.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if someone like sat down and said, I'm going to make all of CSS and it will never be adjusted afterwards, or if there's someone that like manages what properties are accessible. Like how does innovation happen in that space?
So yeah, it's actually quite interesting. It's a consortium, I believe, and it's a whole bunch of people that are all volunteer, non-for-profit, and they get together and they have, it's actually a huge open spec that they have like revisions, and I believe they have like feature scopes going all the way into like a 5-year prediction, or like they're working on stuff that would be like 5 years ahead, and then each year they release like an updated version of the spec.
And this is the spec that all of the applications that interact with the internet decide to use.
All of the browsers, every browser. Yeah. So you're going to have a slightly different spec in Chrome than you would with Firefox. And the consortium's job is to get all of that like universally working smooth. So we actually just had, for example, Microsoft's Edge switch entirely to the Chromium engine because of really that issue of like making everybody work together nicely. They just decided to like ditch their proprietary engine and switch all to Chrome stuff.
The open source one, right?
Yeah.
Or is Chromium open source? I don't remember.
I believe it is. Firefox is definitely open source, and if you look at the what's it called browser, Tor browser, it's really just a open sourced clone of Firefox.
And the Tor browser uses a completely different protocol, right? That's the one that allows you to.
Well, it's still HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Remember, all web pages ever in existence are running HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's just how you build them that might change. But ultimately, those 3 languages run on every single web page ever in existence.
It might just change like how it serves the data. right? Because
You
I
might
know
use
with
a programming language to create HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, but you will always be dealing with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript when you're working with websites. Does that make sense?
yeah, I just remember hearing that like Tor allows you to access websites that aren't listed normally. That would be like the dark web,
Right,
right?
right. That has
So
nothing to do with the way that you are writing the web page itself. It only has to do with like how you're
like
where you're
interface,
putting
like
it
connecting
essentially.
computers,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. So for the like for what we're talking about here, um, every website that's built on Tor is actually coded the same way in terms of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript than it is on Chrome or any other web browser or search engine. Sorry.
Nice.
Yeah. So these are all the properties, and believe it or not, you can actually memorize these over time. You'll only use about 60%. You'll probably only use about 40% of this day to day. Like if you're building a site, like even a huge site, you're only going to use about 40% of this stuff. Um, the rest of it is like edge case, like really specific things like row gap and pointer events and stuff. Like we wouldn't be touching any of that for just laying stuff out. Okay, so we've got our kind of index of properties here, and then we're going to basically just get to laying all this stuff out. Sound good?
Sounds good.
All right. So we've got our body. Now we're going to style this div. So if you're really keen, you might have noticed that body is a singular tag that isn't ever used again. So in other words, there's only one body per document. So it's okay to reference body here, but what about div? If we put a whole bunch of lines of code in here for div, but we only wanted to target this one, wouldn't it also target this one?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering before. Like if
Right.
if you can style across all of them, yeah.
Right. So yes, in this case, if we were to write div and we were to put something in here, let's make it background black. Oh wait, this is not a good example. Or something. It might be stacking on top of each other. But in essence, because we've written the selector like this, it's just div. We're saying every single div in the document, make it blue. But see, we can also use CSS to do something like this. We could say, hey, I only want to target this div. So I only want to write CSS for this one. So I'm going to give it a very special identifier called an ID. And so in here, I can say very specifically, you're the one I want to change. So now in my CSS, I can say, hey, div, I still want to select you, but I want to select the one with the ID of toChange.
Can you give multiple tags the same ID?
No. So an ID is a unique identifier that simply is saying, this is the unique toChange div, and I'm only going to apply CSS that's this specific ID. So in other words, you can't do this. You can't have two IDs, only one.
I gotcha.
Well, but that's a limitation, right? That seems kind of annoying if we have to do ID toChange. What if we had background color blue and then we wanted background color blue to be on this div? Well, it doesn't make sense to write ID here then, right? But we can use something called class. And class is the same as ID. It gives us the ability to reference it like this, but we can append it to as many elements as we want. So we can say,
so it has that functionality. We just separate it between two, like properties, class or ID.
Exactly.
Can you have class and then ID together in the same div?
Yep. But remember, you can't have an ID affecting multiple divs. So then you'd have to use the class. So let's further explain this in actual kind of code implementation. So I think you'll see. So let's make this toChange, and let's actually say we're going to put a.
What if you had the class toChange for that div, and then that had like a color associated with it, but then that div also had an ID something random that tries to override the color, would it have to choose between them and then?
Ooh, very, very good question. So let's actually test that out. So the question is, with two selectors and conflicting values, or no, with two properties, or no, yeah, two selectors and conflicting property values, how does it work? So let's check it out. So we've got div that's got a class of background, and we're going to give it an ID of and now let's go in here and say, wait, was that a class? Class of BG to change. Okay, so let's do this. Background. Okay. So let me step back here. So I've set a class on div, which gives me the ability to write CSS for this particular item, but it also gives me the ability to say, hey, I want to put a class on footer, and this is going to inherit the same CSS that we wrote, right?
Correct.
And so in order to write that CSS for background, we have to use a dot instead of a hashtag. So you can see here there's a hashtag or a pound. That's to reference an ID. And in order to reference a class, there's a dot. Is this making sense, or is this like a totally different language?
No, that makes sense. So the hashtag is to specific. Wait, so what was it? Dot and hashtag. Which one is which?
So the background is a class, and that's the dot.
Okay.
So I make this definition of a class, and I say, hey, it inherits properties of this BG, right? And so you're like, okay, well, I have to define the BG. And so that's where you have to say, okay, the BG is a div, and it has the dot to say it's a class and not an ID. And then this is where you write the definition. So now all the divs with backgrounds, I can literally just go boop, boop, and now these will get the same CSS.
But then what was the how did it work? Did the to change override the BG, like so the class gets overridden by the ID? Is there a hierarchy there?
Yeah, so let's take a look. So this was did I say another background, or what did I say? Another BG. So what we should have is theoretically, we've got this one that's going to have a blue background. No, it's going to have a red background. And then we're going to see if the div has a red background or a blue background. What do you think it's going to have?
I think that the more specified the style is, the more it will override the general.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it will be the class will get overridden by the ID.
Right. Oh, this is actually so interesting. Okay, so this yeah. All right, so now we can see just how specific some of this code can get and why you need to really, really pay close attention to the syntax. So we wrote this class BG, and now we're going to give it a style. And you saw before I had written div, which is our selector, right? This is our HTML tag, space, and then the .bg. What this statement is actually saying is to look up any elements with .bg that live inside of a div, versus deleting the space is now saying, look, or write the CSS for the BG that is a div. Do you see the difference? This is saying write a class that's inside of the div, and this is saying write the class that is the div.
Huh.
So we can represent it even easier like this.
Wait. So does it style every single tag that's inside of...
So here's what I can show it to you as. This .bg... All right, look. So this is saying every single element that has the class BG that lives inside of a P.
Okay.
And then, so it's scoping it. Do you see how it's sort of like saying that, yeah, this is like how, this is where it lives. So what if we removed the P and the div entirely. So what if we just did this? Well, will that work? Because now we're not giving it a selector. Now we're just saying
anything that has
.bg.
the BG class
Right.
will be formatted in this way.
Right. It doesn't have to
matter
be a
what
div.
kind of tag it is.
It doesn't have to be a div, right? And that is valid. And that's actually how you should use classes better. So you shouldn't scope your classes to an element. You should just write the class very
Generically?
very generically, exactly. So now if we do
But what
save,
about like certain tags have different attributes available to them, right? So if you have a class that changes like the image link or the hyperlink source, and then it tries to do that to a paragraph tag, it will
exactly,
say,
it's
well,
not going to
that
work.
doesn't have the right attribute. Yeah.
Exactly. So there is, like you're saying, there are some specific properties. Keep in mind we're using the nomenclature. There are some properties that pertain to the specific selector. That's really what we're saying, right? So like a font size isn't going to work on an image.
Right.
So that's something to keep in mind. Okay. Background, red, cool. And another thing to notice here is your prediction or inference on the whole specificity thing actually is the case. So you can see here we've got a class on our outside thing that's working no problem, and then we've got one in addition to the ID, but the ID is the thing that takes precedent, and that's why it's blue and not red. Make sense?
Yep.
So if you've got a class and an ID on the same div, the ID is going to win.
And that's because it is more specific.
Exactly. Now, last thing to say, for the context of this, there's a lot more we can go and do about CSS, but the last thing here is that we can put a ton of classes on elements. So we would put like, you can put as many classes as you want, separated by a space, on any element. So I can just put 100 things or just one.
Oh, okay, interesting. So when you have a div class, that's just any of the classes can be applied to it, and you can stack the classes together. But what about like having two classes that specify different colors? Does
So
that once again just go by order or specificity?
So here's what's really interesting. So now we have two classes on the same element, and they're both affecting the same property. So what's going to happen here? What do you think? We've got BG.
If they're both at the same level of specificity, maybe it does it by order.
Order of the syntax, you're saying?
Or like maybe the
or order
BG
of on the class
overrides,
okay.
Yeah.
Like this, you're saying, if we were to switch this. You know what? Like I don't know the answer to this. I don't know. Let's give it a try. So if we do, so what I'm predicting is going to happen is that the background is going to be black. Okay, it is black. So now what happens if we do this? Okay, perfect. So in other words, if you have two classes on the same element that affect the same CSS property, the one that comes later, or the one that's interpreted last by the web browser, is the thing that gets applied. So if we make
interesting.
This,
so instead of it, so it's the opposite of what I said. I thought it would be whatever is stated first is highest in the hierarchy, but in here it's more whatever is executed or computed last is what ends up being layered on top.
Yep. So green, black.
Nice.
You can see it switch around.
And this once again goes back to what we were talking about, where if you have something at the top of the page or farther forward on the page, like if you're thinking about the Z layer, whatever is more in front and higher up on the page gets typed first. So like following that paradigm will help the CSS execute correctly, right?
Yes, exactly. Okay, so I would say at this point we've got a pretty procedure for building the site, right? So we know there's HTML, which is going to give us elements and site content, and then we've got CSS, which allows us to style that content, give things colors, change the way the shape is, the spacing, all those kind of things. And then on top of that, we know that we have Google and MDN that we can go on and search to find out more information and to kind of extend those building blocks.
What if I wanted to, okay, let's say I'm making the website that we were talking about. I've got my HTML page and I'm learning some CSS properties, but I want that drop shadow that we were experimenting with on our buttons. Would I just do that using an image, or would I have to look up a specific CSS property that accomplishes that? Like, what's the standard workflow for making a drop shadow? Because if I use an image, it might not scale correctly or be adaptive enough. So,
So
how does that work?
To your point, and I think this is a great window into what you're, like, how you have to be thinking about things when you're kind of like programming in this space. You know what the expected functionality is, right? So we know we want to have a Dropbox. We don't know how to do it, but we think maybe we could use an image because that's kind of like already something we know how to do. So let's just try the image, right? And so the way you should be attacking these problems is first go to Google and ask how to do this expected output. And then
how do I make a drop shadow on my button? And then it will tell you. And it might be too complicated.
That's what I mean. If you go in and it's not using your initial thing that you thought, which is the image, there could be reason for that. Maybe the image is a terrible solution to go with. Or you should try out using the image, and when you run into an error or a problem and it doesn't work, you can start Googling off of that problem. So you could say, image as background not working, or something related to that. So let's go through the kind of situation where we're trying to figure this out, and we're going to ask Google how to set CSS drop shadow on div. How to set CSS drop shadow. Okay, CSS box shadow property. Add shadows.
Because there might just be a property for it, right? Like if it already has a CSS for it.
Exactly.
We're good.
Yes, and another thing that I'm going to mention, just as like a kind of standard thing that you kind of learn over time, but anything in Figma that you can do with these tools. So if I can, put a
right, because it's on the web client. So
if I can put a drop shadow on this, right? I can do it in CSS. So just know
you can even do the inspect element on the Figma thing, right? Like, can't you
check it out? Box
just
shadow.
right click?
Check it out right there. Box shadow. Boom. CSS.
And that's probably a good practice, is to say when you're on a website and you see something that looks really cool, like how the hell they do that? You can do a couple things. You can either just inspect element on what you see and see what the HTML looks like. But if that's too obfuscated, like hard to understand, because sometimes it's pretty messy, then you can just look up how to do it on a Google search.
Exactly. And for anyone watching or listening to this, and the amount of things, the scale of this stuff is kind of intimidating, understand that anything relating to CSS, like, Google has your back. There's nothing you can't figure out using Google related to CSS. Like, it's a very well-documented, extensive, there's tons of examples.
And realize that nobody is sitting there knowing how to do like every single.
I have to reference a CSS property and value every single time I'm building a web page. I mean, I'm constantly on MDN.
Yeah, which is the normal way.
Right. I mean, that's a senior.
Nobody even tries to. Yeah, no one even tries to memorize it all, because that's just a waste.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I think any viewer now would I don't want to say any viewer, but to this point, I think that we could understand CSS enough to where if we were to even be in the Figma inspector, or you were to take a look at a lot of CSS code, you'd at least be able to say, okay, you know, this is the language, there's a, you know, selector, there's a property, and there's a value. I may not know exactly what position absolute is, but I can certainly Google this stuff, or I can look it up on MDN. Boom, here we go, position CSS cascading, and you can find this information, right? So as a viewer, now you understand how CSS interacts with HTML and how you might extend your styles and look up new information to continue to build out the page.
So should we try to
I'm just gonna
re-implement the Figma CSS or this Figma style with the CSS?
Yeah. So now I just kind of want to go full throttle and just showcase how I would walk through this. So we've got our styles linked, we've got everything's cool. Let's save all this stuff and let's do a little refresh. All right, so we've got our background, we've got our text, we've got everything. So I'm gonna start.
And if I remember from CSS, one of the biggest things in CSS is getting the like padding and the positioning of these boxes correctly. So it's like center justified or right justified.
Right. Yeah. So for the sake of this video and time and all that kind of stuff, I'm going to write the CSS to lay all that stuff out, but I'm not going to cover every selector, and I'm not going to go over like why I'm choosing certain things, but just know that you can reference this code and you can go in and like figure these CSS selectors out by just simply copying them into MDN and like following the trail, so to speak. So let's give our first initial div a class, and let's say, or no, let's give it even better. Let's give it an ID. We'll say that this is our site wrapper. And then in our main, we'll say class. Actually, we won't need to do that. So there's only going to be one main on our site, so we don't need to write a class for it because we can just use the selector, you know? And there's only going to be one header.
So you can just reference it as, you know, in the CSS style sheet, you can just say main.
Exactly. And there's already one header, or there's only one header, so let's see, there's only one H1, there's only one input, there's multiple buttons.
Will it not compile, or will it like not display your website at all if you try to make more than one main tag?
No, because if you look at the specifics of these main, is that it's the central structure to any section tag. So actually, a main really should live inside of a section. So you can have many sections on the page.
Is section section is a tag? Okay.
Yeah. So it's a semantic tag to, basically just section off content.
So you can have more than one main tag. Nice.
HTML will almost always, like, it won't completely break. It'll just show whatever it can render. So if you have something that's just like all gobbledygook, like, you know, let's just add a whole bunch of shit, and you're gonna see that this will render. Let's put in even some more like this. Yeah. So now it kind of thinks it's a tag a little bit, so it's all invalid.
Yeah.
But see how it attempted to do it? Like, it's still attempting to render the data, even though it's got a whole bunch of broken stuff inside.
Sure.
So
that makes it a little bit hard to see when you messed up.
Oh yeah, you're saying it's not very, or it's a little too forgiving.
Well, if I do mess up, it won't like throw an error or or anything. It will just show you what you wrote.
Exactly.
And or not display it because you like mistyped it.
Right. And I always like doing this, actually. I like creating a high level ID that says app, and then this is where I like stem everything off of. Okay, so then we've got a main, we've got these divs. Yeah, so remember how I said we were going to have these 3 buttons, and remember how all the buttons look the same? Like this button looks the same as this button.
So we can make a class for it.
Exactly. Let's make a class. We'll make the background, drop shadows, all that stuff, and then we'll apply the classes onto all the buttons. We've got our image. We only have one footer, one image, one nav, but we have multiple anchor tags. Oh, and these anchor tags need hrefs, remember?
Oh, right, the attribute for the actual link.
Yes, and so for now, we're going to put in some dummy data because we don't have those links yet. And we will save that out. Oh, we need to give a class to this as well. Let's say we'll give it a class of link. So now we can style these the exact same. And then this one's going to be small, so we don't want that. All right, so that's really all the selectors we're going to need. So remember, I just want to iterate really quick, or reiterate, main is a selector, but app is also a selector, and so is class, or so is button. These are all selectors.
Even though one of them's an ID, one of them's a tag, one of them's a class, they're all under the category of selector.
Correct. Yes. So we can select the element and apply CSS to it 3 different ways. And actually, there's a few other ways that I want to cover in this, but they allow you to navigate this structure to select elements that are next to each other. So for example, if I have the main, I can use CSS to select the footer because the footer is a sibling of main. So it allows you to do some what they call DOM, document object model, which is what HTML is. It allows you to do this is way too much scope or whatever, way too granular.
I don't think so.
But yeah, okay.
I think it's okay to get a little bit technical.
Okay, yeah. So you can do DOM traversal using CSS to extend its selector capabilities.
So you can make like you were saying, like you can say the sibling tag of this thing will be styled with this background.
Exactly.
And then it doesn't matter what the selector is that is the sibling.
Right.
It recognizes it's a sibling of some other selector. Okay.
So very powerful to go traversing the nodes to style them. So okay, so we've got this. This is great, and
in a way, all of this stuff is just to make it easier to lay out and describe the view, because you could just do this all like brute forced by hand, where you have like an ID for every single thing, but it's just infeasible to do that because of how long it would take.
Right, it's not as efficient. There's also latency. There's performance issues when you start adding unique identifiers to everything, or if you start misusing CSS. So if you abuse the specificity and you have like insanely specific elements, then that's going to really slow down the browser because it's having to calculate all of those It's almost like a recursive
or even
procedure.
Find them, right? It's going to have to go find them in the document.
Exactly, and that's a recursive search, but it's really performance intensive. So that's why you can write it a little better too.
Gotcha.
Like I said, I'm going to write a lot of stuff and not describe it as much. And that's just to get this laid out, right? Let's see here. Okay. So you can see I've set like a max content width on it, and I've centered it.
And those are all properties, right?
These are all property values. These are all CSS property values. Yeah. So now we've got a main. We've got a header. And then we've got an H1 that's inside of the header. And so this will say, hey, we want to give you a font size. And so I'm just going to do this stuff for my own sake. We're going to say we want this to be 10 pixels. And then now down here we can say, let's make this 5.6 EMs. So now this is big. Let's also do a text line of center.
So when you say max width, so that div won't take up more than that like amount of pixels or percentage of the screen, however you're defining it.
Yes. So,
and it can go smaller than that?
Yes. So its min width is 0, right, because we haven't defined it. And it's currently attempting to be 100% of its max width, but its max width is 800.
I see.
So it's
But doesn't that
spanning
mean we can completely collapse it to like a 0 pixel width if we didn't define the minimum width?
say that
Or is
again?
minimum width something that gets calculated based on the content?
Minimum width has an auto value of 0, I believe.
Wouldn't that just delete the content though? If there is no pixels for it to display the text?
So like if we put a min width of 0, right?
Yeah.
And then we go all the way down, it's just gonna, the content that's inside of it is just gonna flow out of it. So this actually goes back to our document flow a little bit. And
it's like wrapping the text.
yeah, like the container is too small for its children. So the children just break out of flow and they're just sort of like existing in the document. So that's some of the weirdness you get. And that's why it's kind of hard to show exactly, but we'll see a better example of how these things like kind of fight each other later on. Okay, and I'm actually going to change this. So remember how I said that if you put a space after one selector, then it's saying only select things that are inside of the first one?
Yeah.
So this is now saying, hey, let's target an H1, but only the H1s that are inside of a header. And I like that a little bit more because maybe we have a few H1s, you know?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Another way to set up your CSS, and this is kind of getting a bit out of the context or whatever, but you could do this, right? So we're saying, hey, H1, you're probably really similar to, you're probably going to have really similar style stuff to the H2, H3, H4s, right? So let's go up here and let's say this, H1 and H2 and H3 and H4, all the way to 6. Let's write one style for all of you separated by commas, and let's say that all of you are going to have a text align of center. But
yeah,
then,
that makes
but then only the H1 of header is going to have a font size of 56 pixels.
So would you, okay, so you'd have to make a separate selector that is for all of the H1 through H6, have its own style, but then that gets like layered on top of a selector where we're only looking at H1.
So like
that's in the header.
Yeah, and so then if we were to do like text align left for the H1, you see how this is like really powerful, right? So we're writing a ton of
this is the cascading nature of the style sheet.
So we're writing a ton of default behavior, which I like to call like, you know, just good defaults or like good inheritance. And then we're planning to say like, oh, this thing's going to have only one difference or like a small little difference in uniqueness. So then we can just extend the style very specifically by just doing overrides. See? Cool. So let's get rid of this because we actually don't really want it. And then let's get this back up to what it was. So this would be text to center. Oh, we also need to have a reset. So I'm going to not explain what that is and just go grab one. Or fuck it, I'll explain it. So every web browser has an agent style sheet. And what that means is basically the default style sheet, the default CSS that the browser uses is different for each browser. So for Chrome, it's got a whole bunch of measurements and like pixel sizes and things that are going to be different from Firefox. So you might ask yourself, well, that's kind of strange. Then it would be really inconsistent, right? If I build my web page on Chrome and then go use it on Firefox, it's going to look different.
Unless you've styled everything manually.
Unless you've styled everything manually, which is why developers encourage you reset those browser agent styles in the beginning, and then you just override everything.
That makes sense. So it's like you're not even dealing with the browser defaults. You're just making your own default.
Exactly. So I look up CSS reset code, and this one's my my go-to here, and you just copy all this, and now this is what is going to reset stuff. So you can see a huge selector here that's going to totally nuke all of that agent browser.
Oh, nice.
So it'll look really consistent on all of the on everything. But remember, you've got to link this up. And let's link it before our our main style sheet. Oops. Okay. So that seemed to change quite a lot, right? We went and added that reset. Now all of a sudden our text looks a bit different. We're butting right up against the top here, so we can see that that user agent style had a lot of defaults. Oops. Ooh, another thing I didn't introduce. So you can see that there's this green thing sitting here, and this looks like a tag or some sort of code. But this doesn't get run by the HTML and allows us to write little notes inside of our code.
Oh, that's the comment syntax?
Yep.
So it's do you need the exclamation point dash dash?
Yes. This is how they do it in HTML, which is different of how they do it in CSS, right? So these are comments as well. We're saying, hey, you're a selector, you're a property, you're a value, but these aren't getting interpreted because they're comments.
Okay, so for CSS, you can do backslash asterisk, or you can do the can you also do double backslash?
You might be able to. Let's see.
Because that's like the most common syntax I've seen for comments.
That's generally, I think that's it's definitely JavaScript. It's also, I think, Java. There's a lot of languages that use double slash. All right, cool. So what are we looking like right now? We've still got a lot of stuff. And this is going to be good because I'll be able to cover how we get fonts into our website. Because as you can see.
Oh, yeah. And you mentioned that's pretty important that a lot of people overlook, right?
Yes, exactly. So now what I'm going to do is just go hard. And I'm just going to put this guy on the left. And I'm going to put this guy on the right. And then we're just going to get to it, folks. So the main's here, and that has a header. So another big thing to realize in CSS is units. So you can see here I'm using a combination. I'm using like some pixel units, which we're all very familiar with a pixel. We have some percentage units here, and then we have these weird things called EM units. And really, I'm not going to go into like how they differ, but you can use different units to set your site up to be more responsive or to be like more forward thinking. So by using EMs, I can tailor my content to respond based on zooming. So if I zoom in versus zooming out, I can write my my content to be adapted to that.
And zooming, like holding the control button and mouse scroll wheeling, like that kind of zoom?
Right.
Okay.
And what's funny is how it works in the browser is it just increases font size. That's all it does.
Really?
Yep. So when you increase font size, if all of your metrics are based on font size, then you can relatively position things, and when you zoom in and zoom out, it just works perfectly because it's all based on that metric.
So zooming will not change. Well, I'm assuming it also changes the like image sizes too, but the zooming will not change like your div size. It's just scaling the content inside the div, which is the text.
Correct. So, which is why when you use pixel values for everything, you start running into trouble because then you have the same situation where maybe your font gets super big, but your content is fixed, and then you're screwed.
Yeah, and then we get that flow problems that we were having, and that we were talking about with like the minimum div, the minimum width.
Correct.
Causing problems with the flow.
Correct.
Do you have to specify like page breaks or what are they called, like line breaks?
Yes, you do. So there's inherited behavior. So you can see this is wrapping, but why is it wrapping? Well, it's wrapping because we have a fixed piece of layout that's 800 width. So in H1 is attempting to span 100% width, but because it's 800, it's fixed, it says, oh, I can't do that, so it wraps to another line. And you can see as we make this smaller, it's going to continue to wrap to different lines.
And you might not want that,
but we
so
want
probably
this.
override it.
See how we want this?
Yeah.
So to do that, we just add a break tag into the specific place we want it. So right here, we'll say br/.
But there's no way to like prevent the line wrapping, or is there? I would assume there is.
No way to prevent the line.
It seems like having the text wrapping would only be desirable if you had a large paragraph of text that you weren't too concerned with the presentation of it. Right?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
It seems like the only time you would want text wrapping is if you had a long section of text where you weren't too concerned with the presentation.
Mm-hmm.
If you had like a title or a heading, you probably wouldn't want that to text wrap.
Correct.
So is there a way to turn the text wrapping completely off?
Absolutely. All CSS. So you would do a no, it's like, you would say, I think the selector is white space, and then you'd say white space : no wrap. And then what happens is as the content shrinks, the text goes out of flow, and then would just be sticking out here on the right as your thing got smaller. So it just stays one line no matter what.
Yeah, that's nice.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then I think we said all of our color. So all right, now here's a great question, or a great thing to kind of like put all the pieces together. So I want to make text white. And so I have a few ways I can do that. I can put text white on color white on every single element. I can put it on the H1, the P tags, all the small text, everything, or I can just put it on body. And if it's on body, because font is a inherited property of CSS, meaning it cascades, all of my text in the body is going to become white. Does that make sense?
Got it. Yeah, it's like you're deciding where the most amount of like exceptions are made to make it most efficient to write.
Exactly.
So like if all of your text is going to be white by default,
right,
and you want to write your CSS like that.
Exactly. Right. And so we have color white. And so, there's some things we can gripe about with CSS, and this is a good point to sort of bridge into some other things that you might hear. But, like there's something annoying, okay, background color, versus just why isn't this text color? There's some weird little things like that. And that's why there's other CSS languages that have been written. But I want to make this very clear. Anything that's written on top of CSS that you find, so the one of them is called Sass, there's another one called I can't remember what it's called, but something that's like superseding the language of CSS. But at the end of the day, when everything gets compiled, the browser is only reading CSS. It's not reading Sass. It's not reading anything else.
Right, and this is the idea of having like an API layer or like a
abstraction.
Programmer tools. Yeah, it's like an abstraction that just helps you create the content, but at the machine level, it all ends up being like binary or whatever the format is.
Exactly. You got it. This does not seem like 20 pixels. Yeah, it's 110. Ooh, this is a great place to show you also some of the stuff we snag into. So with the cascade, you also have scoped cascading. So remember how I said EM is font size?
Yeah.
So see how up here in the HTML we've set font size to 10? Well, that's really cool because now when we use EM units, everything's based on 10. So we can use 5.6 to denote 56 pixels. See what I'm saying? Because everything's based on 10.
So you're doing
really
like a unit conversion.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you specified everything.
Right, but if I made it 12, right, calculating 56 would require like thought, so you just make it 10 and then it's like a nifty little conversion. It helps you with that.
I see.
But
and
now
the HTML at the top, you said HTML is the selector, and then you said 10 pixels. That just does it for the whole entire document. Everything will be 0.10 or 10 point font by default.
Correct. Unless we, again, get more specific and override that. So that runs into
So
an
does the
issue.
EM or the font size scalable value change also depending on like whatever div or tag has a changed font size in it?
It compounds. So what we're
Okay.
seeing here is we're saying that the font size for the whole thing is 10. Then we're saying that every H1 has a font size of 5.6 EMs, which is based on the 10. So we're saying every font size is 56 pixels. Then we're saying give me a margin bottom of 2 EMs worth of 56 pixels. So it's doing 56 times 2 in this instance.
So the 5.6 gets applied to the 10 pixels, and then when you did margin bottom, because that's now a new value, it gets multiplied. I'm not sure I fully understand this.
Okay. So base root is 10. 10 pixels.
Yeah, that's the
Pixels.
HTML tags defined as 10.
Yeah, so everything inheriting, body, app, main, header, input, they're all getting font size 10.
Mm-hmm.
But in header H1, we're overriding that. We're making it more specific. We're saying, no, we don't want font size to be 10. We want it to be 56 pixels. Or in other words, 5.6 EMs, because an EM is 10 and 5.6 is 56. So we're really saying, all right, our header one's going to be, actually is going to be 56 pixels. But because down here we're using M's, it says, oh, okay, I'm going to use the font size of my parent. And what's the font size of my parent? It's 56 pixels. So you do 56 times 2, and then that equals 112.
But
so,
why is the margin bottom, the 2 EMs, referencing the 5.6 times the 10 if it's all contained in the same selector?
Because this scope selector, which is where we're using margin bottom, has now changed the font size.
Interesting. So if you put margin bottom above font size, this would all get fucked up, right?
No, my prediction is that it will still be 112 and not 20, because what the EM unit does is takes its parent value, the value of its parent.
Right. So wouldn't it be the margin bottom would be 20? It wouldn't be
no, because its parent
56 times 2.
Its parent is the H1.
That's why I was confused. So the margin bottom is where actually when anything that isn't font size for H1 is a child of H1, but font size of H1, when you say the 5.6, that 5.6 is actually referencing whatever H1's parent is.
Yes,
it seems like
it is tricky to, because of the parent thing. Maybe it isn't the best way to think about it, but it's true. Like, okay, so header is the parent of H1. Header has 10 pixels as the font size, but H1 doesn't, because we're setting H1 as 5.6. So then when we go to use margin bottom, it's saying, well, what is my font size? Oh, my font size has been changed, so the parent doesn't matter, because it is the unit. It is the selector we're changing, so that's why it takes over. Anyway, so we've got 5.6, and so now everything's looking cool, but we don't want this, so we want to say margin bottom is going to be, what's 56? What's 56 minus, wait, how would you do, what if you did this? Now is it right? No, I'm really off my rocker here. So like in this case, we can probably just do 20 pixels. And then that way we keep everything very...
I think my understanding of the way the CSS like parent-child or inheritance structure works is not sound.
Okay.
So you have header and then space H1, right? So that's any H1 that exists inside of a header tag will inherit this style. right? And then whenever anything inside those curly brackets that have EM as their units, he's going to reference the parent of H1, because H1 was the last thing that we specified in the selector.
Right.
So when it says font size 5.6 EM, it says, okay, H1 is the selector that we're changing the font size for, but we're specifically changing it for the H1 underneath the header. And because we've specified that in the selector, the H1 has to be the child of a header, EM for font size refers to the header's font size.
Yes. Also, look at what I'm doing here. So border style dash, border color white. I can write shorthand CSS selectors. So what you can do is just say, generally speaking, we have a border, and that's going to be, 4 pixels dashed with a value of white. So just that one-liner gets compiled down to like these values.
That's because they're all border dash style, border dash color. So you're instead of extracting out the specific property, the properties are grouped.
Right.
Okay.
There we go. Dashed. Is there a way to just do like fucking a lot of dashes? And then didn't we have a color for that? I think we did, but this color is probably disgusting. It's light. Okay, so then let's say that for our input, we want a new font size of 1 EM. So some things, some selectors don't inherit shit and inputs do not. So font size 1 EM. All right, we want to actually make this. Didn't we want to make it 24? So now the font size is 24. I think we wanted to make it even bigger than that. I think it was 32.
I'm looking at a color calculator. It's pretty interesting.
Oh, cool.
We might be able to use one of these.
Is it colors to make the site not look as bad?
Yeah, it's using color, like proven color theory. So you can select one of the colors, click a color harmony, monochromatic,
cool.
complementary, analogous, and then it will give you the other color to use in the site. Gotcha.
Okay, so now here's another cool thing about CSS. So there's actually some interaction that CSS manages. So originally I had said that JavaScript is like the thing that we use for, to really expand the interaction and the capability. But CSS gives us really simple element interactivity, and one of those is the focus state or the hover state. So notice how my mouse cursor is a pointer? But when I mouse over the input, it switches to an eye.
Yeah.
That's the interaction right there. So we can use CSS to basically listen to tell whether or not our mouse is being hovered over something. And furthermore, you can basically hook it up so that when you click on something, we can basically handle that interaction. So you notice how it goes from dotted to solid? It's like, why does it do that?
Yeah, and we can use that to do all kinds of stuff, like change the drop shadow when you're hovering over it, so it looks like it's clickable.
Exactly, which we definitely want to do. But you might ask, well, how do I get rid of this straight line? I don't know why it's changing to a solid line. It shouldn't be doing that. Well, it's a browser default, but it's totally user overrideable, or can override it. So what we need to target is something called a pseudo selector. Pseudo class. Okay, and so this allows you to access part of that interaction that I had mentioned, and specific key attributes of HTML that are sort of like hidden or additional properties of CSS. And the way we do that is with the colon syntax. So we can say on our input, why don't we style the hover state? So we say, okay, input, you're our selector, and our pseudo selector is going to be colon hover. So now when the mouse hovers over, what kind of styles do we want to put back there? Well, we want to put a background or a box shadow. And we can get this right off the shit off this jingamabob. Inspect. Oh, apparently we can't. There. Okay, box shadow. Okay, you want to see if our code worked?
Yeah, let's see.
It's really hard to
So
see
you
there.
copied the style from Figma into the style sheet.
Right.
Okay.
Let's put these things to 20.
Oh, nice.
Just for the box shadow. Yeah. It's a little easier
Now is
to
the
see.
gradient controlled like It's interesting that that was all done just with a couple values, like distances and then a color.
Right. Oh, the box shadow? Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty easy syntax. Oh, wait. I want this to be... Oops. I want this to be 4.
Like if you wanted to make your own custom
Like, this is cool, right?
box shadow with like a different gradient, how would you do that?
You can add gradients to, instead of a hex value here, you could add a gradient to this input value. But here's something kind of cool. This is a little extra, but see how I hover here and it's a really stark jump? It like jumps out at you.
Yeah.
It's really hard to see. Let's see if I can zoom in on this. You see how it's popping out? Well, wouldn't it be nice to see that sort of transition and then fade away?
Yeah, that would be, it wouldn't be as snappy or as harsh, right?
Right, so we're going to say transition, all, and then give it a duration, and then a timing function. So I can say, hey, I want 0.5 seconds of animation time, and then I want an ease, basically an easy E Bezier curve. So that's what gives us the timing function. And now if I put this on both our input and the pseudo element, we should, oh, we don't want that.
So it's easing in every single parameter.
Every single element, which
from,
for some
from 0
reason,
to whatever it is.
Which for some reason, that seems to be like taking the font size with it somehow. So now I don't want that. I just want box shadow, but I don't know how.
Or even the border radius is getting animated, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I thought I'd be able to get away with that. This I don't think is valid syntax. Transition box shadow. Box dash shadow, ease in out. Okay. Box dash shadow, box dash shadow. All right, this should work. Yep, it's working. It's kind of hard to see. So maybe instead of making the values this, we should make them...
No, I see it. It's a lot smoother. It's a lot, well, it's got that animation to it. And I think it's nice to have subtle effects, right?
Oh, that looks so bad.
the pure white, yeah. But at least you can see the animation fading in and out.
Oh man, this would look so cool if I can just make it a wee bit, actually, I think, this is why VS Code's kind of cool, because like, now I can just go right in here, and like get a.
Oh yeah, these like tooltips and like extra features built into the IDE.
Right.
Do you want me to send you those hex colors for the color theme, or should we just stick to the Figma design?
Yeah, let's stick to the Figma design for now. That's kind of cool. But let's not get too caught up in this. And now let's do focus. So you can see like focus, whenever I focus it, it gets a solid value. That's a user agent style, and that's something that for some reason the reset isn't doing. So why don't I just extend this reset and say, hey, input, I want you to have an input focus of border inherit. So now, it doesn't seem to focus it. All right, never mind. Pretend I didn't say that.
So you're saying the border is changing, right? Like that dotted border is being overwritten?
Exactly. So what I'm going to do is just, actually I might be able to just do this. I'm trying to figure out what's actually causing the oh, it has outline.
Huh.
There, fixed it. So it's kind of like these mixtures of like going in and disabling certain things and re-enabling them. Now what if we did this? Border size.
Looks like the easing function didn't like that.
What it didn't like it. Oh yeah, you're right. It doesn't like this at all.
Yeah, it's no longer easing. Now we just say easing multiple. Yeah, nice. Oh, you do an OR function?
No, it looks like you do property. Oh, I see. Okay. It's kind of like an if statement or something. Because what if you wanted like two effects with different functions or something? I think this is how you do it. You know?
So you're saying transition, and then colon, and then all the transitions that you would like with the selector, or the property that you're transitioning, the seconds, and the easing function?
Like, see, that worked.
Yeah.
And then the whole idea is to just be like, oh, it's border size. I want border, I just want all of border to be. Oops. So yeah, the animations are kind of cool.
Yeah, they look good.
All right, cool. So style because it's actually breaking everything, but it's okay. All right, that's good enough. And then let's start working on these buttons, shall we?
Yeah,
So,
and the positioning of things.
yeah. All right, so for a button, we're gonna have, what was it here? We're going to have this, which has, I thought it had 2 box shadows.
Yeah, you had a light colored one and a dark one.
Yep, exactly. All right, so our button is going to have a fixed width and height. And this is important because the content might be slightly different inside of it, but we want it to appear the same, right? Like we want it to appear fixed. And I think it was around 50 pixels, around 40 pixels. Oh, and then let's make this good for the zoom by using EM units. So now we have this. Okay, now they're all 40. Cool, cool, cool. With a nice box shadow, and then let's do our background as this. Ooh, and then do you want to see a cool little variable syntax you can use in CSX or CSS?
Yeah.
So check this out. Up here, we can use a pseudo selector of the root element, which is strange because there's no HTML, but it's actively the same as going like this, I believe. So instead, we're just doing it up here onto nothing. See what I mean? Like, this is valid. But we're just going to do
Just
this.
a colon root.
Yes, colon root, and then this is where we can define variables to use throughout our CSS. So instead of having to paste this annoying hex value everywhere, let's create a property that's called primary.
Now, is root something that you just named it, or is that like baked into the syntax of CSS?
So that is, like I said, that is a pseudo selector of HTML.
Okay.
So see, remember down here?
Yeah, the input hover pseudo selector.
Yeah, let's just do this so no one's confused. And so now we want to use that variable. So we just go var dash dash. See how it gives us the little selector. So now we can go around here, and anything that uses our base color can be superseded. Cool. So now we've got a little bit of extensibility and reuse. Okay. So now let's do our other stuff to these buttons. So you see how these buttons have like weird stuff on them?
Yeah, well, the text isn't fitting within it. It's got some like highlighting, like white edges and black edges.
And so like if we wanted to see like what is that, I already know just from previous experience, but we can always inspect and then go to here and see what's affecting it. See user agent style sheet.
Oh, where's the user agent style sheet?
My mouse is over here, yeah.
So the HTML on the left, CSS on the right.
Right, so like this is my code on .button, and then this is the user agent style sheet.
Okay.
So this is stuff that's coming with Chrome.
Gotcha.
And you can see here that there's this weird background color associated with it, and there's this weird border. And it has like weird padding and stuff. So we have to reset all that. So we go into here, we say, hey, button, do me a favor, give me an outline of 0, give me border of none. Let's see if that does it. Yep, that did it. And then we want to do font inherit. Font or let's do color inherit.
Inherit just looks at whatever the font is for the parent
Exactly,
tag. Or
exactly.
parent
So,
feature.
so remember, so color, for some reason, the color of a button is not something that gets automatically inherited. Um, but I believe our button is sitting in our main tag, or it's sitting in another div, and that div has the inheritance. So that's why we can just easily call that. So now let's do some hover states for our button. So
Yeah.
hey there,
You
button.
probably want to make it a little bit easier to see the border or the edge.
Okay.
Or change the did we change the fonts yet?
Actually, let's just make this 8. We did not. Remember, this is going to be icons, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Ooh, that kind of doesn't work. It, like, blurs it. I don't like that.
Are you trying to do the hover state?
Yeah, which now that I think about it, let's
I
do...
think it should... The
No, I
hover,
have
an
an idea.
interesting hover state would be sharp edges, so no more drop shadow, and it's just a darker color than the background. So it's like you're pressing it in, and then the sharp edges will make it look like it's, you know, sinking beneath the surface of the web page.
Yeah, but the transition between sharp to round would be kind of strange.
Really?
I can try it, but hold on.
Yeah, how hard would it be to experiment?
Not hard. What did I just change? Oh, the border on hover is going to go to 1, which means we should do a border. So here's something to know. See how I've set a border on hover, but there's no border on the button to begin with? So it's going to actually change the width of the content because I'm applying a border on hover only, and then the border physically goes away when I hover off. So what I should do is say border 1 pixel solid transparent. So now it's sitting there and it's actually rendered in the DOM as having here, I can show it to you really easily. Let's get rid of this. See how it jumps? Like it kind of looks like you're depressing it.
Yeah.
Which is not like a bad functionality, but I don't want that. And so in order to get rid of it, you add in the transparent one so that it calculates the width and it doesn't keep changing width.
Right, so it looks, yeah, okay, I see that.
Yeah. All right, and so now we actually don't want text inside these buttons. We want the text to be below the button. So we need to wrap each button in something. And because we don't have to wrap it in anything fancy, we can use a div. Oops. Let's just go like this. What? Oh. Ooh, now that I think about it, what we really want to do is this. Or no, that works. Yeah. That one was generate, and this one is settings. And then in here is where we need our icon. And for that we need an image. Because really the only way to bring it in is an image. So let's go to here and let's get all these little guys out of here. So I'm gonna group you guys up and I'm gonna say export. Export as an SVG. Downloads. Yep, this is good. Okay, let's do this very quickly, please. Export. Export as SVG. 13. Now this vector. And so the reason I'm using SVG instead of PNG is because the web really likes SVGs. We can scale them to any resolution and they won't get pixelated. And then the other thing is they appear just a little bit cleaner, like they're a little high res, a little more high res.
Yeah, because they, like you were saying, they don't have that pixelation.
Right. And then I'm going to grab all of everything from the latest, which is these, and we're going to put them right in there. And then we'll say, I don't know what these are, so you know, and then you can add some alt text, which people want, and we'll just say it's an icon. Now, alt text is an example of an optional attribute that's highly encouraged because it gives you, because screen readers access it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and you can set up tooltips on alt text as well. Although it's better to use some other things. All right, let's see what this is. All right, so this one has got to go over to this guy.
Is it bad practice to have like sound effects
on your website? Yeah, I would not do that.
Yeah. It's just something that I thought of, like, oh, if you had a sound effect on the button, would that be like a clicking sound? Is that something that people would be turned off from or think is tactile?
Yeah.
And I haven't seen too many websites that put sound effects on their anything really.
Right.
So that's kind of an interesting design decision.
Right. Yeah, no question, it's possible. What's really amazing...
It seems like it's not an accepted practice, though.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be too useful. I also know there's a lot of browsers, for example, Apple's Safari, especially on mobile, will prevent sounds from playing, and they really make it nasty to work with sound for some reason. All right, so copy works, generate, and then settings. Where's my generate? Didn't I get another one? Oh yeah. Group 14. Oh no. Okay, we're almost there. Now we need to write our class for button wrapper. And so this we can say, we're actually going to just do text align center. No.
What is flex? Display flex?
So that is a layout property. So any element that can contain children can be made a flex parent, and then their children automatically become flex siblings or flex children, and then you can align them based on a few axes that's linked to the element, so it makes it really easy to center things.
I see.
So here I'm like centering everything based on, you can see here like the align items and justify. So that's what that is. Now we need to focus this div, so we'll give this a class and we'll say this is going to be a buttons wrapper. Not the best names here, but luckily no one's watching. Haha. Okay, this will have to do display flex again, but it should automatically do it. No, it didn't. Why not? perfect. Okay, and then we're going to need one above this guy. So we'll need a div. So this, we'll say input wrapper. So now in here, we'll say input wrapper has a display of flex. For this, we're going to want to say a line item center. Then I imagine we're also going to have to do. Ooh, I don't like that.
The alignment.
No, I don't know what size this is. 53 by 53. Oh, that's because it has padding. So I'm not quite explaining this, but padding and margin, actually I will. So think about a house right now. Then think about how, oh, let me explain this after I render this. Okay, so you've got padding, and padding is basically space that you could add to the inside of an element. And then you have margin, which is what you can add space outside or around an element. So think about your house as the element. You want to expand your yard, you're going to use margin. And if you want to expand the inside of your house, like your room size, then you'd use padding. So in this instance, we want less space on the inside, so we're going to set padding to 0, which we've done here. Padding and margin to 0.
So that the border of the div or whatever the container is will be right around the image, right?
There'll be nothing inside. So if we go into this image here and we go into the button and we add a ton of padding, it's going to make it grow a ton. See how there's like green here? Let's put it to like 10. See how there's like green stuff in there now?
Yeah.
That's like we've expanded the size of walls. Like we've made the walls of the house really big.
Yeah.
And then if we add margin, it's going to show up on the outside. Margin of 10. So now when you look at the margin,
that's determining
the
like placement of the content, right? So the image
in like next to each other. Oh, hold on a second. I'm getting a call. Hello.
Yo, Schroeder.
Yep.
I just got back into the city, and my brother.
Right now? Okay, alright, I'll do that now. Okay, bye. Alright, yeah, bye. Alright, friends, we will be pausing the stream to have a little bit of intersection with real life. Alright, I'll be right back in 3 minutes.
All right.
Let's do this again. Deactivate. All right. I am back. And we are getting right back to it. All right, so let us continue here.
Yo, I'll be right back. I just gotta get some.
Okay. You know, that is really annoying. We're also going to want to add some transition to this. Some border. Do some of this. Okay, I really don't know what's up with all that noise. Let's try this. Box sizing is going to be border box. Okay, cool. Button, 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 button. Border radius of 5. Very nice. Buttons are looking pretty good. And now we've got a button wrapper that does all of that. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. I think I can do a margin bottom of about 10 pixels. And this should do it.
All right,
Okay.
I'm back.
Nice. That's what we like to hear. All right, so we're at a point now where we can grab some fonts. So I'm gonna let everyone know about the world's greatest font foundry, called Google Fonts. So this is a terrific little web app that gives you access to totally open source, community-driven, however, extremely vetted, open source font foundry. So I believe our stuff, I believe ours started with an A, or an R, R-A, yeah, here it is. Let's get this. So to do so, we're going to basically, similar to how we linked to a CSS file, we're going to link to this font file via CSS, and we're going to do it with an external link. So we go down here and we do, I think it's download. Oh, let me download. Where is my implementation? Oh, maybe it's this. Selected family. Oh yeah, right. Okay, so let's grab light. Let's grab regular and bold, because we like bold. And now it generates us a link here. You can see this is just like we covered before. It's a really simple HTML link. And we'll go ahead and throw that in before our style sheet and after our reset. And if you look at the href, right, instead of it just being a local file on your drive, it's just pointing out to a simple link where that font family is sitting. So now, okay, so now we've added the font, but you can see we haven't actually updated any of this text, and that's because we actually have to set the CSS property on the body. So the body being the largest container, everything will cascade below. So now let's just grab the definition here, or declaration rather. Yay, we got our cool, awesome font.
Nice.
So now let's go in here and say that we want our base weight to be 400. And that is using regular instead of light. And then we want our H1 to be more specific and use, I think, 300. Well, let me see what this is. So light is 300, regular is 400, bold is 700. So light's 300, regular 400. Yeah, I was right. Okay, cool. So now we've got light with regular, dope. So now let's also get this input to say we want a margin right of about 20 pixels. There we go. Let's see. Okay, so now you want to see what I'm doing. So if we go back and take a look, so this is actually being aligned center right here. So we have one div that's a wrapper, and that wraps our input and our button. And we want to set this to flex and then make all of the aligned elements centered. So it'll be like horizontally centered, right? Well, the issue is we've got all of this copy text underneath, and so it's messing up the calculation. So it's trying to go to the center, and it just kind of looks off-centered. So to fix that,
because it's centering with the text underneath it.
Right.
We want it to just center the button.
Right. And so you can see this is kind of an issue of the order of the hierarchy of boxes. So we've got a box, we've got copy inside the button box, when in reality it needs to be below the input. So how do we fix that? Well, we can change the semantic content and move it around in the HTML, or we can get away with CSS by offsetting the margin top of the input. So if we go to this input here, we can see it's being kind of torn to the bottom. Now let's do this. Margin top, and now let's give it a negative value of 20. Now see how it's nice and centered?
So it's what does it look like when you highlight the that negative margin in the inspector?
Oh yeah, so it shows it on the
show...
bottom basically. So I could have easily just done margin bottom 20, but
yeah,
but the negative 10 or the negative 20 of top, in my head I'm thinking I want to pull this negative values, like it actually makes sense in doing like a margin bottom to do a reverse top. Don't ask me why, just do it that way.
Well, instead of pushing from the bottom, you're pulling from the top, right?
Yeah, and I think that because we're doing a transition, like because we're offsetting the content, it's better to use a negative value because it's sort of like fixing it rather than something intentional.
Now, we put in 20 pixels, but in a lot of other locations, we're using M's for spacing. So now if you scale, if you zoom in and zoom out, will it get messed up?
Theoretically, it would, yeah. It might be hard to see exactly here, but yes, theoretically it would. Oh, wow, look at that. We were zoomed in a lot. So for anyone who doesn't know, if you've been zooming around in Chrome a whole bunch, if you hit Control-0, it'll just put you at 100%. So, all right, now let's get this content centered. So we've got an input wrapper, which needs to be setting its stuff to justify content center. Cool. And now let's actually put that margin top back in. Cool. And then now, so notice when we're mousing over these elements, they're pointers, and we want them to be like the little hand, so it looks like you can actually click it. Like, see how this switches to an eye, but
cursor.
This one doesn't? Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's do that. So button wrapper, we'll do cursor pointer. And then Oh no, still didn't work. Interesting. Button wrapper, cursor pointer. Let's see, something might be overriding it. Button wrapper, cursor pointer. Oh, that's really interesting.
He's doing it for the text, but not the button.
Yep. What if I try on here? There. That's what we want. See how it switches?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's important. That gives good feedback.
What would it look like if you animated the border to, or if you animated the drop shadow completely away, and then darkened
Ooh,
the
like
background of the button while you're hovering it?
so it starts jutted out, and then when you hover, it's almost like we're pushing it in.
So yeah, the same as it is now, except when you hover, instead of the drop shadow turning white or gray or whatever it's turning, instead we ease it into a no drop shadow, and the background of the button is dark, significantly darker than the background of the page.
Okay. So let's do a value of whatever this is then. None. I'm not sure if it can interpolate the values.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But that's a little bit, I think, maybe too dark for the background color.
Gotcha.
Something where it looks like it's just depressed beneath the surface of the depth of the page background.
Right.
And this is more or less just a fun little
No
experiment.
doubt, no doubt. Aw.
Yeah.
That's actually really cool.
And then you could go even farther and try to make an internal drop shadow, so it looks like
Yeah.
it's like a hole instead of a bump.
Oh man, we could even make the SVG do things, but I think this is pretty good for our. Yeah. Couldn't you do?
Like internal box shadow or something.
Yep, that's it. And then we just have to reverse these values.
Yeah. I think that'll look really clean. Looks like the brighter, we might have to.
No, it's.
Let's
I
see.
think the problem is that we're adding inset values. It's actually becoming smaller. What if I did width 4 point?
Like the whole element's getting shrunk.
Correct.
Hmm.
It's really weird, or it's visual or something. But I don't want to spend too much time more on these buttons.
Yeah. Well, just get rid of the first inset, the first box shadow inset on the depressed
This one.
view. No, like oh, sorry, it's time delayed. Yeah, the first color.
Okay.
Just delete that inset entirely. That box shadow completely. And just see what it looks like with the one darker inset.
It's just weird.
It's hard for me to see.
It's just it would look awesome. It's just that I have to fix the 4 pixel top left thing that's happening. But for now, I'm just going to.
That really thin white outline.
No.
Oh, get rid of the or
It's the inset.
just-
That's the problem.
Okay. I think I would also get rid of the border. So you know the 1 pixel solid border?
Well,
for
that's
the
how
hover?
that's how I'm using it to like denote that it's there. But maybe for this effect, it wouldn't look as good. Right?
Yeah, I think if you don't have that border there, then it will more seamlessly blend with the background.
Yeah. No.
And then you have to delete the brighter. So like the box shadow that has the lighter color needs to be not there for it to look like an actual hole.
Yeah, I kind of just like this, dude.
I like that too. Yeah,
I mean,
where it
that's-
just gets darker
that's enough.
and it goes flat.
And then let's do a fast or I want to make this other way around.
This is anticipation, right? That's the animation principle
Yep.
of anticipation.
See how it like
Yeah.
we're really tweaking these values? Okay, cool. So
But the design principle here is you want the interaction immediate, and then whatever happens as a resolution of the interaction to be slow and drawn out to give it a sense of weight, right?
Right. So now I just did a really complex selector to get these to separate. So I said button wrapper, take the first one, and then actually I want to do button wrapper button first child. Oh no, that fucked it up.
So this is the class button wrapper, and then
The issue I think is here too. Now this is going to be 20 because we have something going on. Button wrapper. Like button wrapper first child. Oh. No, we're good. Never mind. We're good. Let's see. I don't want this to be 20 anymore. Alright.
is the padding and the alignment not working now?
No, it isn't.
Okay.
I know this could be 10, but then what doesn't need to be 10 something? Margin 20. Yep. Alright, so now... Well, let's also fix these button wrappers font size to be 1 EM. Or no.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention the. Is it bad to mix pixels and EMs all over the place, or is it okay to have?
It's not
the different
ideal. It's really not ideal. The fact that I've been kind of loose with it is just for time, but you absolutely could do better stuff. And now that I've increased size, I need to offset this by a few more pixels. Needs to be even more than that. now it's centered. Okay, so do you need a password? Why not make it secure? Now we've got this thing. Ooh, there also needs to be padding inside there. Padding 10 pixels.
For the input bar?
Yep, and we're gonna make it the exact same size as the top of this. So see how they like kind of look nice together?
Yeah.
So that'll be like that. And then see how font family isn't even being
Is the font being overridden?
See how much that changed? Look at this.
It changed the yeah.
Now look at the width. Like everything's so different, right? And then you want to set a custom font family, and it's like it snaps. Boom. So now let's make this font size. Oh, I already have it up there. Alright, so let's increase this even more then. Or no, we don't want to do that. We just want to increase the width of it. Let's do...
That's the max width?
Yeah, so now it's going the entire width of the container. So if we change our body or our div app container to like 900, so it'll grow with it because we're setting the width. See how it's butted up? And that's like a really easy, nice way to control things.
But it's not going the width of the whole div because the other, like the buttons.
It is. It is
right?
The whole width of the div. The div is 800 pixels and it's centered. So this width is the whole thing. Oh yeah, it's as far as it can go because in the same unit there's this other button. So like it says I can take up all of this space plus 20 pixels of margin and then the width of this.
I see.
Yeah. All right. So now let's do a button. Let's put this guy and figure out why. All right. What was that under again? Element style, button wrapper. Starting to look not horrible.
Yeah, it's actually really nice.
So now let's get that footer rocking. And for this, we want a width of 100 as well. And we want something interesting. So remember how I said, all right, so back to a little bit of kind of teaching here. So we could very well put inside of the footer a horizontal rule, and this will give us a line. However, HTML wants you to use horizontal rules only in paragraph or in other sections to denote a break in content. So it's very semantic. You want to use HRs sparingly. So all we need is something visual so we can apply a border top to the footer.
Okay.
So we'll say border top, and I don't know what the hell is going on. I got two fucking cursors here.
Oh yeah. I think that's a feature of VS Code that allows you to edit multiple lines at once.
Mm-hmm. It is. There's our thing, and we actually don't even. Yeah, that's fine. And now we can say.
We need padding, right?
Yeah, and we can do a shorthand. So we'll say we want padding top and bottom to be 40, and then right we want it right and left to be 0. So now we're getting a little bit of padding down here, and then we need a wrapper for this and this. So we can say, hey footer, you're going to be a display flex. And then you're going to align your items on center, and you're also going to justify your content space between. So now we have stuff here, and we have all this to the right. And now we can say nav. Nav is going to display flex, and that stuff's going to align item. Oh, that's going to align center. Center. Cool. And then now these nav anchor tags are going to have a font size of 1.6 EM. Now they're getting a little bit bigger, and then we want to have margin right be 10 pixels. And we'll make that 1M because we're nice. And then we want color to inherit. And then we're going to have to change something else most likely. No, we don't have to. And then we also want, okay, so here's an example, right? We'll say nav. So instead of having to write the font size for both the anchor and the small, we can just do it on the nav, and then it should,
it will cascade.
It'll cascade,
right?
Exactly. So now we've got our about, we've got our contact, and we've got this. And then for our mail to link in the contact, we can just say mail to
href
colon. Yeah, it's really cool. We can say mail to, and then, you know, for now I'll just do. And so some of the cool integrations with the web and other clients is like, you know, if you had, what's that thing? If you had your Microsoft Outlook, you'd be able to simply go down, and then when you clicked on that link, it would open up your mail client and then stick Jake.Schroeder into the mailing address. So it's pretty cool. That was a long explanation.
Nice. I think I've seen that implemented. I also like when websites have the contact information accessible in text format, so that if they don't want that to open up their mail client, they can at least copy and paste it into like Gmail.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Either as a separate like contact us page, or just with the information right at the footer.
Right. We actually want to potentially do flex direction column. Okay, and then now we would say align items.
What was the property flex direction? What was that?
Oh, that's why. So hold on a second real quick. So there's something really weird that happens with height in HTML, and you have to set the HTML height and body height so that everything below it will inherit. So now see how body is full height, and then now if I go under here, I can do height 100%, and then now this takes the inherited value of body. So if I do height under, I think it was here. Yep, and then now we want to put this guy. So okay, those two things good. Now I think I can do align self.
Are you trying to make the the main
Got it.
content tag centered?
Yep. Got it. This is like really tricky, by the way. How I'm doing it is like a very cheeky little way, basically, just to cut out some code. I'm using the auto property of the shorthand version of the margin property. So like it basically says how much value can be applied top to bottom, like how much space can I fill, and then it automatically fills it. So you can center things based on that. See now this will always be centered if I make the screen small.
So what's the syntax is margin, and then margin refers to that was wait, there's padding, and then margin is what's outside of the div, right? And then
Right.
your first parameter auto is what, vertical, and then 0 is horizontal.
So it works shorthand wise with margin and padding because they have 4 values. It's just direction. So it's like this is top, this is right, this is bottom, this is left.
Okay.
So here we're combining the two, and we're saying top and bottom you're going to be auto, and left and right you're going to be 0. Boom.
Okay.
All right, so that's that. So now all we have to do is, wait, do we have anything else in here? No, that's it. Yeah, so that's that. Now we have to basically see if it responds. So it seems like it's having some trouble. So I'm gonna make a really fast responsive media query. So what we'll do is disable. I know what to do.
So now we have to make it responsive to the window of the body, right?
So
CSS, the viewport.
Right. So CSS has this really great feature called media queries, and what this allows us to do is write a statement that will query the viewport and ask the device how wide it is, and then if that meets a certain condition, we can write specific CSS for that width. So we can say down here at media, and then we can say when the width of the screen is less than 768, which is a very common device width for tablets, these are now mobile styles. So every class and selector we write in here will only execute and get applied when the maximum size of the width is 768 pixels.
I see.
So everywhere where we're doing all this column mumbo jumbo stuff, let's switch it to being a column instead of a row. So like down here on the footer, see how the footer, like right here on 768, it needs to switch. So hold on, a few things I need to do. So this, we need to give it a padding of like 20 pixels just everywhere. There we go. Oh wait, I want a padding. Oh wait, how am I going to do this? So we'll say padding 20 pixels just on the main. Perfect, okay, cool. And then down here is going to be boom. Now see how this lines up on the gutter? And this lines up on the gutter? Yeah, that's what we want. So now
Does the line go all the way across on the footer?
No, it's just short. In order to do that, we would have to say footer, you have to be outside of this, and then what would happen is it would be below like the head of the content, basically.
I see.
That's not a bad functionality, but I don't want my page to scroll if possible.
Sure.
So now it's very responsive. All right, 2 things need to happen. When we hit 768, we should set root to font size 5 pixels. See what that would theoretically do if we set it all up right. We could just write one responsive thing that would make the font size a little bit smaller, and then everything else would shrink because it's linked to to these EMs.
Oh, okay.
So like if I do...
It's all proportional, yeah.
Exactly. So the some pixel stuff doesn't matter. You know, a lot of this stuff doesn't really matter. just to know that.
Like if it's just a set amount of padding, it might not matter to have it scale.
Yeah,
right?
and like, see, here's a problem. Like, if we start using EM units in here, everything gets fucked. So I just like to use it. Here, it'll get fucked. Here, it will be fine. All right, that's enough. Cool. So when we get to 768, we do want to shrink this, but we want to shrink it to like 8 pixels. And then we want to make
I think you want the button, the copy button and the edge of the text box to come closer towards the center, like have more margin on the right and left.
Right. There we go. And then,
what is this flex direction column?
So this tells the flex, so by default, the flex container is like what I have wrapping these buttons. And it says align any vertical content horizontally. That's by default. So if you want to make it vertical again, you have to set the direction to column. But it's layout stuff. You can look up the flex thing. See, okay, perfect. So now inside here, or no, wait, where are these? Nav, anchor. Ooh, okay, here's another cool selector. So you can say, I don't know what my children are, but I want to say for every single children, do the same thing. So we can say nav space star, and then we can say set a margin 10px, 0px. So now all of this like started working because we're saying for every single thing in the nav, make the margin 10, top and bottom.
I see.
And then this will all get reset once we make it bigger. See? And so that way our navigation is vertical instead of horizontal, and it scales nice. Then what we want to do is put copy on the next line. So we want to say the input wrapper. At this style, say flex direction is going to be a column. Boom. Now we want to say...
so you're putting the copy button underneath the input, right?
Right. And then so in here, we're going to want to also say margin right is going to be 0, but margin bottom is going to be, you know, whatever, 20 pixels. No, still not. Oh, that's why. Wait, no, why is that why? Oh, very interesting. So I just put a margin bottom on this. I know I didn't. Where's my input?
On input, right?
Yeah, now it should work, actually. I think I just had it wrong. There we go.
Is it because you were trying to do an input class, but we didn't have an input class, it's just the input tag? Or, wait, why didn't it work when you had dot input?
Because I thought there was a class of input, but it was the selector input.
Okay.
So I think you might have just said that.
Yeah.
So now here, I don't want margin, I don't want padding on top, but I only want padding on bottom, so I would do 0, or no, then in this case, I would just say that, padding bottom. Boom. Now it's really good for a mobile phone. Here's another cool thing you can do. So in Chrome, you can select this, which gives you a whole bunch of devices. And then you can check to see, like, hey, is my thing going to work on iPhone 5? Is it cool on the 6? What does it look best on? So this gives you a little bit of messing around.
Really cool.
So that's it, everyone. There's the first part to this whole segment. So in however many hours that was,
4 hours, 30 minutes.
yeah, not bad. We now have a responsive template and HTML, CSS site that we can hopefully later write some really cool JavaScript and actually get populating with some data. With
Are you
a
able
really
to
secure-
type into the text box?
Yeah. So we can
Nice.
imagine, maybe just to end things, let's see if our test data. Shrink this a little bit. There we go. So this is kind of what it would look like. Now imagine it wouldn't be this long. So it'd be like, yay. I'm trying to like get it centered. All right,
Yeah,
there we
it's
go.
a.
All right, cool. So now I'm going to take a cool little snipping tool. Say boom. That's that. Finished. All right. So, without further ado, I guess it's time
Now we just have
to close off.
remake Twitter, right? No.
Yeah, exactly. Now we just have to remake it.
Wonder how long that site took to make.
Yeah, exactly. So that is really it. That is the brunt of it, I guess. Yeah, anything else? I mean, this is part one. We're hopefully going to do the next part of it and maybe do a little bit of thinking, changing, you know, see how well we did with this one and then maybe tweak some stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It'd be interesting to talk about if we wanted to turn it into like a more curated learning experience, how we could change it to make that as useful as possible.
Right. Definitely. So, yes.
So this is a really fun project.
Yes, indeed. So
the front end, like the visuals are very appealing.
Yeah, I think that there's it's kind of a unique way to do this kind of a style course or something. Because yeah, like you're saying, it's a little bit more visually focused.
Yes, nice.
So yes, look forward to part 2. This is part 1 completed, and this is Can I Dev signing off. So yes, all right, peace.